Alright, we back live. What's up, guys? I privated the other stream for now because right now I can't cut out the segments. So I'm pretty sure I have to blur it. So I don't know. Like, I'm gonna keep the stream on, right? But I'm gonna go to sleep. So looks like Captain Phasma F11D blaster. Phasma's gonna get a whole bunch of new stuff. And they get a medallion. Somebody's like, they're getting more love than the films ever gave them. Yeah, what about the rare Lucian? They said it's coming back. I figured some of these Star Wars skins are coming back. Everyone's like saying, "Oh, they're not coming back. They're not this. They're not that." Like, I'm not tripping. The funny guys. Hello. How you doing, man? Welcome to the channel. Right now, we kind of just waiting on downtime to finish. Appreciate you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for liking on the stream too. Somebody else is subscribed. Whoever that was, thank you as well. You are doing great. Thanks, man. Yeah, welcome to the channel. I go by the name of Delight Gamers, so. Somebody else just subbed? Oh no, okay, it's just the notification finally catching up. Sometimes it takes a minute. Breaking, these prison inmates upload footage of them having the time of their lives while having a pool party while incarcerated. A prisoner can be seen jumping into a trash can that inmates transform into a pool, while another inmate can be seen slipping and sliding across the floor in glue. Bro, what? Sorry, I'm reading something on Twitter and it's kind of fucking hilarious. Bro, if I seen that as like as a CO, I don't know what I would do. Like seeing an inmate jump into a trash can full of water. I used to have a notification. The notification probably just stopped working again. First, with Streamlabs, things start to glitch out after a while. I don't know why. I still have the notification on. I probably just need to refresh it or do something for it to work. The new sniper looks cool. This is a new sniper? Yeah, I don't see the snipers. They're not popping up in the leaks for some reason. But it's alright. I'm gonna get him go grab some food real quick or a snack, bro. I'm fucking starving. I know everyone's asleep, but I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'm fucking hungry. I'll be right back. What's up, chat? We back. On some food. Can we watch? Want to watch T5G? Alright, I got you. Hang on. First, let's see. Any news on Fortnite? All right. Yeah, you are a manager mod, KBS. Why? You've been a manager mod for a minute, dog. Hang on, I gotta see what this shit's about.
Travis Hunter recently won the Heisman. Travis Hunter's fiance could ruin his life. Travis Hunter recently won the Heisman Trophy Award, but unfortunately, that's not what people are paying attention to. During this ceremony, Deion Sanders had to remind Hunter's fiance to stand up for her partner, which typically wouldn't be a big deal, but then you remember that this isn't the first time things like this have happened. She was recorded getting mad at Hunter after his final game at Colorado, and even got upset at him for taking photos with his fans at his own events.
After you go to the hotel, you go walk around.
Fans have tried to use that and the fact that she admitted that she wasn't originally into Hunter at first as evidence that she's just after his money. After people were piling on her, Hunter tried to ease the hate by saying this.
You ain't never had no girl. So why y'all talking about me? Talk about my girl. Go talk about your girl. Go find a girl. Go find a life.
And Hunter's fiance would even put out an 8-minute long TikTok addressing the hate. Listen, I do think people should stop reading too deep into Travis Hunter's romantic life, but considering all these instances, you can't blame people for thinking that Travis Hunter...
Damn, bro. Nah, I didn't know about some of this shit with Travis Hunter, though, dog. And then I didn't know that Deion had to tell her to fucking stand up. That's mad disrespectful, bro, if you ask me. Hang on, the headset's about to die. I gotta change the battery out. She cheated, bro. There's an IG video of her with other dudes. Well, okay, the thing is, you can't really prove if she's actually cheated because supposedly the word on the street is those were before him, but I'm not sticking up for her at all. Like, just know that, dog. I'm on Travis Hunter's side. I can't wait to watch this kid ball. But yeah. Top 5 Gaming don't have nothing posted, really, bro. He probably will later, though. Let's see. What else we got? Oh, they do like last season? That's crazy. Wait, Travis Hunter is, he's an Adidas dude? He's not with Nike? That's crazy too, bro. I more think it's for the clout and the fame. I won't say the money because she was with him long before the money shit. All right. Fucking Cam Ward Glazer. Which video? The one he posted right now? This one? I already watched this one the other day. Oh shit, my bad. See if we can find it real quick. Oh, here's one who actually owns the Houston Oilers. Want to watch that? Bro's like, all right, we'll keep looking. You said Will Levis? Then a live with Giants' new star, Jason Dart.
The expectation is for the quarterback to turn it all around.
There's the boy.
You never know when your opportunity is going to be.
I feel like I could take a zebra. But what's a zebra gonna do? Kick me? We got 7 days till pro day. So today we're just gonna go through the pro day script. Being able to get back here and work with the other guys has been huge. We're looking to get some good work in today. And I'm gonna name the row of routes you got. And then we'll just get on the ball and go through it. We'll go. We'll go. We'll go.
We'll watch Cam Ward Pro Day after.
He's deep. Hold up. I felt like you were a little deep.
So how deep you want me getting out my break?
Do you want to knot it like that?
I do.
Okay, then we're gonna have to treat it like it's man.
Why stick it like right here?
Yeah, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah. We'll go. You're out. We'll go. We'll go. Go get it.
Damn, that kid's got a spiral, bro.
Let's go zone like cover 3. You're gonna go higher, like chase the hills to the post. We'll go. We'll go. I'm tripping, bro. Why am I throwing it like that, bro? Ah! Hey, can you run that?
Come on, bro. You know that.
Look out. Yeah, I like that.
Hey, KBS, you know what I'm confused about still? Why didn't the fucking Giants pick up Shador? They had hella opportunities, bro. And we know Russ isn't a starter.
Appreciate you.
You repping this like clockwork.
I know. I'd come out of that earlier.
Clockwork.
That is very
Smooth
true
for
about
day
wide
one.
receivers.
Got to clean up on a few things, but for day one was good. In my line of work, capability alone isn't enough. It takes power, confidence, and passion. I'm not here to meet expectations. I'm here to exceed them.
We all know Jameis Winston and Russell
So usually
Wilson
we have
are
our
the
pregame
starters.
speech in the locker room.
They're just to
Start the
mold
walk
around
up
a
right
young
here.
quarterback.
This walk, it feels long when you're not like, you don't have a ton of adrenaline and stuff. But when you get your adrenaline and the juices flowing, the walk feels fast. And then usually right about now you can start hearing like the stadium, like, and the fans kind of go crazy, the stadium shaking.
I'm eating a Pop-Tart.
So usually like huddle up, like right here, kind of link arms with everybody. The whole stadium would lock arms and kind of like rock back and forth. It was sick. I didn't really understand SEC football until I got out here. You hear it all the time, how it's different. Football means something different in the South. So we have the best tailgating in the country. I think we have the best fan base in the country. This place sold out for every home game. It's a special atmosphere and environment to play for.
So you mentioned that one of your favorite memories was when the fans rushed the field.
You know, just taking that knee and then just feeling like the rush of excitement and joy in that moment was super special. And I remember like being hyped and kind of like mobbing with everybody. And then I got like super claustrophobic because I couldn't freaking move. But it was sick because they kind of crowd surfed me from here to the sideline, which was sick. I kind of just blacked out for a while. And then I got pissed because I went down to the locker room and all my teammates were still stuck up here. They couldn't get off the field. So then I was like, I gotta come back up here and celebrate. So that came back out. It's definitely special. This place means a lot to me. You know, Ole Miss will always run through my blood, and yeah, I love the sip, so definitely means a lot. Fudge. I totally locked us out. That's impressive. I guess I didn't mean too much though. Oh, let's go, Cal. They cut me off. What? Isn't that crazy?
Surely we should be able to get that fixed.
I know. I'm gone for like 2 months.
Come on. You gotta get on Lane about that. There we go.
Let's go.
There we go.
Thank you, sir. Oh, let's go to the NFL wall. 16 Super Bowl champions. Gonna be 17. We got 312 all-time Rebels drafted. I'm gonna be right there. Mine's gonna be silver. Super Bowl champ. Oh yeah. Yeah, Eli's been like a huge mentor of mine when I first got here.
Hang on, wait. They drafted him. He's from Ole Miss, and so is Eli. That's crazy.
Here's like another little highlight thing. There's the boy.
And something he said
It's a fit too.
that really takes into proportion.
You guys want to go
I
see
hear the same
practice field?
shit. That football's fun in the South,
Let's not get
bro.
locked out this time.
I definitely want to find out what that's about eventually. Go like down south and watch a
You get
game
a
at
little leg
Georgia or some
workout in.
shit.
Oh, I always get my leg workout in.
Have you ever just, you know, want some time to get away and kind of be at your own peace? Come up here a little bit, you know, meditate.
How important is mental health to you?
Oh, it's huge. You know, quite honestly, like growing up,
That's why I brought it up. I know you're from down south, KBS.
Soft.
And
Just get over it, right?
I
But
definitely want to find out about
I
that
think
vibe.
that when you get to a certain place and you're trying to be the best and excel at the highest level, you know, your mental health, your mental capacity is probably the most important thing, because everybody can do the same things, you know, physically. And it turns to, you know, who's mentally
follow
the
this dude on
strongest,
fucking
who's the
Instagram.
one who can just, you know, be at neutral through it all. And so anytime that you're out there, the last play, success
My
or
girl just sent
failure
me
means
an
nothing.
audio clip.
You know,
Let me
it's
see
about
what she
going on to the
says.
next one and executing it.
Just a
So
sec.
when you can have, you know, good mental stamina, staying at neutral, being confident in yourself, that's when you really excel and put yourself at the next level. And I think that that's where you see, you know, good athletes turn great, and then
Yeah,
great
bro gotta
athletes
follow for
become
sure.
the greatest.
I'm rooting for him.
Drive had a donut.
You want me to? Okay, hold up, I'm putting in two.
Keep going. Keep Okay. I can hear that engine fan.
I've had a lot of good times out here, haven't we?
Oh yeah. That thing turns pretty dang good for four-wheel drive.
It does. Just got done driving around, got to Eli's farm, about to go shoot some skeet. Let's go do it. So that would have been a good starter right there. I would have loved that. Sorry, did you get that?
All right, back to watching this. She's like, is bro riding with Sam Darnold? Hold on.
That's where you see,
Sorry,
you know,
KBS.
good athletes turn great, and then
Gonna
great
restart a
athletes
bit.
become the greatest.
Imagine being an NFL draft player and they pretty much gave him a fucking truck. You have to think about it. Players like this get sponsorships, bro.
This one. I'm had a donut.
You want me to? Okay, hold up. I'm putting in 2.
Keep going. Keep going.
I fuck with this kid hella bad, bro. This kid's fun, you can tell.
We're good. I can hear that engine fan.
I've had a lot of good times out here, haven't we?
Oh yeah. That thing turns pretty dang good for 4-wheel drive.
It does.
Just got done driving around, got to Eli's farm, about to go shoot some skeet. Let's go do it. So that would have been a good starter right there. I would have loved that. Did you get that? Yeah. Oh, there you go. So this kind of takes me back to right when I moved to Mississippi. You know, Eli and Buckshot were some of my first friends when I got here and kind of took me under their wing.
For the people, we're playing a game. Don't really have a name for it, but it's just something we come up over the years of doing this. All right.
Good way to start, huh?
If you shoot and you hit it, but you leave a good chunk of it, the second person can shoot. If they hit that little chunk, then you get a strike. If you get 2 strikes, you're out. Damn. If you shoot and you miss, you get a strike. And then if the second person shoots, they hit it, then you get 2 strikes, you're automatically out.
I am making a channel. All right, Cabello.
That's a strike.
That's a strike. I got a strike though.
You do?
Actually, no, you're 2 strikes. You're actually,
How am I?
because you missed and then I missed.
So you're at how many strikes? You're
I'm
at
at
1?
1, you're at 2.
Wait,
we'll go to
don't we
3.
switch order?
Yeah, you're out. We'll just switch it up.
No, I'm not out.
You got 2 strikes, you're out.
You know, they're both local kids from the state of Mississippi and kind of just got me accustomed to the state and what it's about.
You know you weren't gonna hit that.
I don't think I've beat Buckshot yet.
Pull.
Dude, that thing is murdered.
So your name is Sweets?
That thing is murdered.
Pull. Oh my God, shot over it. Technically, you're 3 strikes.
Cut that out.
Well, Pretty Boy wants to edit
All
it
right,
out.
so that's where it counts, baby. Pull.
Don't let that pressure get to you now.
First one to 2 strikes.
Yeah, we'll start it over. Ladies and gentlemen, this game
Is
will
that
be
my
over
last?
pretty quickly.
What is he saying? What is he saying?
He's finna get whooped.
Pull.
Oh. That's a strike for the Pretty Boy.
Just trying to get him. How many shots you got left?
I got 1, that's all I need. I'm finna end it right here.
Pull.
Ball game. Ball game. Boom!
That's just unfortunate. You know, being able to come back out here with them, you know, kind of our final time here, it's special, and the bond that we've created will last a lifetime, so definitely grateful for it. Wait, hold up. I want Ash to shoot it. I'll let it fly.
How much?
Wait, you do shit
Kinda
like
put
this,
under
bro? KBS?
Do
You
that.
can't see the
Put
path.
it right under it. And then you'll,
Okay, you ready?
Yep. Pull.
Hey!
Damn, that's his girl. She bad as fuck.
Let's
Hey,
go.
you did better than Jackson.
And she
He
can
missed
shoot a
you
gun?
on.
You are.
Hey, thanks, guys.
That fired you up?
Yeah.
That fired me up. Oh yeah. You like that?
Bro,
I like that.
okay, just think about it. Look at bro's girl, right? She's doing a hobby with him, shooting gun. Wow. Look at fucking Travis Hunter's girl being a bitch.
What do you think
I don't know what Jackson Dart won in life, bro.
your overall on Madden's gonna be?
I would say rookie year, I would feel good if they started me out at like a 83.
83's solid.
Is that solid?
That feels realistic.
I feel like that's somewhat realistic.
This is gonna be a
Bro
hard
said
pivot,
83
but
overall, bro. He even disrespecting himself, but all right. I was saying like, I was going to say like an 85 or 88.
We asked Ashton this question,
Okay.
and it was great, and I feel like we need everyone's answer to this. What animal do you think you could take down in nature with your bare hands? Like the biggest.
What
baddest
did he
animal?
say?
Oh, a bear. Come on, bro. I'm running through his face.
Yeah, that's not happening at all. Hell no.
Sean
No.
Johnson, he said a
You're
bear.
not gonna be able to do that.
I feel like as a hunter, you've got some like.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I think
Number
I've
one pick
seen
only
stuff
gets a
live, so
79?
I think a bear would
Dude, he
be on
should
the
be at least like a
bottom
90.
of like what I would actually even
That's
put myself in the
fucked up.
situation. I would say a young adult that is not full size and maybe starving a little bit, so it's skinny. Mountain lion. But a full grown tomcat, heck no. I feel like I could take in the wild, I feel like I could take a zebra. But what's a zebra gonna do? Kick me?
Probably.
Okay. I think I could box a kangaroo for sure. Or a panda. An
Bro said
emperor
he thinks he
penguin.
could.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna say
81, 84 for sure.
like a chimp.
No. Okay.
Screw you up.
Like all the number one overall picks in the first round of the draft should be 90 overall, right? And then later in the drafts, you go 80s, 70s, and then 60, 50, and 40s. Like, honestly, Shador would probably be like a 72 or a 75 overall.
I'm not gonna say turkey either. They are aggressive. You ever seen a turkey fight a turkey?
Could you take down a turkey with your bare hands?
Well, if my life depended on it, yeah. Yeah, I could kill a turkey, but I wouldn't want to. I mean, I feel like I could take an antelope.
What animal would you be the most horrified to fight? Like, you know it came over as soon as you stepped in the Thunderdome.
A hippo, a rhino, a lion, a grizzly bear, freaking orca, great white, a wolf. He really said a bear. Like, and he wholeheartedly thought he could beat a bear.
Dude, you can take a bear. I'm taking the bear, bro. I might take an elephant.
Let me tell you, if he sees a freaking grizzly bear in the wild, the last thought in his mind is, I can take this thing. You're about to die.
Move down, brother.
So I'm thinking just clean up like the edges. I don't want to go like much shorter than this.
Okay. And then just, you want me to just clean it up around the sides? Okay. Say no more.
Bro, my hair looks sick for the combine.
Come on, dude. I was looking at that, and I liked how you let it flow, too. I was so stoked when I was watching you spell. Hell yeah. How often do you hear, like, bro, your game day fit is swaggy? All the time, right? Does something like that strokes your ego? Like, would you get like, oh, I know? Or is it kind of like, oh, sick, they think I look sick when I'm playing?
Well, you gotta feel good. Like, there's no way I could step on the field and not feel like I put it on, you know?
Right.
Bro's fits are crazy.
Top 5 swaggiest quarterbacks right now.
Swag.
Top 5 swaggiest quarterbacks. Lamar.
What it is.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, boy.
Joe, his pregame fits, bro.
His
and he
pregame,
has,
yeah, bro.
And he has aura. CJ's got drip.
Ultra.
So at the combine, they'd ask you about your story, and they would be like, okay, like, if you could train with anybody, past or present, who would it be?
Nice question. That's a great question.
And everybody was saying Tom Brady, Pat Mahomes, Joe Montana.
Right.
Well, they asked me that question, you know who I said? I said Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
I said Jameis. I want to trade Jameis.
I'm always going to choose Jameis. I don't care what none of y'all say.
Bro, if you really pay attention to his workouts, though, he is, like, grinding.
Really?
Yes. I feel like he would be, like, the best teammate. I'd love to play with Jameis. Because you hear everybody talk about him, like, he's super,
Bro says Jameis, this shit's
football,
wild.
like, intelligent.
This is 5 days ago.
And I feel like he'd be, like, a really good guy to, like, learn.
Well, bro, you're not in the league this long still if you didn't offer something, bro.
100%. Like, you never know, like, when your opportunity is going to be, so you got to make sure that when you get out there, you take the most of it. It's tough.
Stream was 5 days
Appreciate
ago.
you, fam.
Swaggy, my guy. Swaggy. My dog.
Yes, sir.
Let me get the hair off you real quick.
Hey, I appreciate you watching that video, but before you dip, do me a little favor. Go hit the OT shop and check out some of the new drones.
All right, you want us to go watch Cam Wars Pro Day, KBS? Send me the title. And real quick, I'm gonna hop on Twitter. I'm live too right now. Two guys checking the servers every 5 seconds. Join up. What's up, Frost XX? Servers only gonna be up for like at least another 2-3 hours. I'm kind of used to downtime updates now, so. Oh, go to Cam Wars channel. Okay. Wait, are you talking about? I think I just seen it. You talking about Cam Ward full pro day highlights? You talking about this? You talking about this? We ain't watching 15 minutes of a video, dog. We'll watch like 20 minutes, okay? All right, we're watching like 20 minutes. That's it.
Party time!
The man of the hours. Now, as we get back with you here from Coral Gables, where Cam Ward is ready to let it rip with much anticipation. potential #1 overall pick, wearing that #1 on his shirt right there, just as he did throughout his career at Miami. 2 years at Washington State, 2 years at Incarnate Word, and this final season, really, really productive one there in Coral Gables. 39 touchdown passes, just 7 interceptions, over 4,300 passing yards, and we'll get set to see him rip it around a little bit. There's Elijah Arroyo, Xavier Restrepo, we'll see Damian Martinez a little bit as well, Rhett Lewis, Daniel Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks here with you from Los Angeles, Cam Wolf and Brian Baldinger with us from Coral Gables inside the Miami indoor facility there.
You know what? I think he really looks nervous. He's only thrown 2,330 passes.
Never done this before.
So, I mean, he looks like he's just ready to go out there, just relax
and here we go. Nope. Almost. Almost. Yeah, over 18,000 passing yards. Remember, you got to go all the way back to post-COVID year. He played in the spring in 21 and in the fall in 21. There we go. Going to start it off with some of those quick routes that Cam Wolf was telling us about a little bit. And again, DJ, especially you, this ball comes out of his hands quickly and with authority.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting early on, though. You see kind of under center, then in the gun. He's taking kind of, I mean, it's not like a firm drop in this situation. He's taking a 5 and a 7 here. He's just kind of, this is more like just kind of loosening your arm up a little bit than anything you'd be paying attention to from a footwork standpoint. You don't really see a quick 7 from the gun throwing a hitch, so it's to loosen up a little bit.
No, I just think immediately the thing that shows off is how the ball just jumps off his hand, how easy it is. We talk about easy throws and guys that don't have to strain a lot to push it. It's very easy for him.
In terms of, the athleticism and, we mentioned, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, like where would you put Cam, more of an escape artist than a design QB run type of situation?
Yeah, I think he's more strong and elusive, just like subtle athleticism, to use kind of an oxymoron there. But you're not going to see him ripping off, 50, 60-yard runs. That's not really what he does. But he can make you miss in a short area, and he can go get those free yards if you're going to give them to him.
I think it's a tool that's in the toolbox that he'll use if necessary, but he wants to win from the pocket. He wants to deal. He wants to throw it all over the yard. He is a gunslinger at heart, and it shows up in his play.
Yeah, and I think anytime you flip it on and you want to see him, try to get out of trouble if the pocket's breaking down, he does feel like he is always looking to throw it. Even when he's on the move out there, and has made some big plays in his career on the move, improvisational, and on designed rollouts. I mean, he can definitely let it rip that way. Talking about maybe seeing some of those timing throws a little bit. Baldy was kind of having his eye on that there. His center, Zach Carpenter, transferred into Miami also this year.
There he is under center.
Yep.
Yeah, again, there's kind of just throwing.
Yeah.
This is like pat and goes you would have before a game would start, just kind of laying some go balls up there. It's just it is a little interesting to me, Buck, because normally they want everything with footwork to be precise and crisp, and it's, hey, if the ball's coming up early, we're taking 3 steps, we're getting this much depth, we're taking 5 steps, we're getting this much depth.
All right, I'm going to bash on what I see that's wrong already.
From a footwork standpoint. Again, that's not.
It's very casual. It's like layup line.
You just get rid of that ball
might also
faster.
be part of the script, right? The early part wanted to just kind of
loosen up a little
bit.
bit.
The ball too long there.
Get the receivers a chance to loosen it up too.
Yeah, you may take the 3-step layup like the Maryland kid did last night, just to kind of get loose.
Wow.
It was
no travel or travel?
Plus. It was the Euro step plus.
Dang. Okay.
That's all. That's all. That's what Cam Ward is doing.
Yeah.
He's taking extra steps to get it going.
They are moving the line of scrimmage quite a bit here in this.
I think they're doing that to help the receivers out a little bit too, so they
give them a little break,
run back to the line. They got a bunch of wideouts, so they've got options there. That should give them at least a little bit of a rest.
And, DJ, looking down there on that little bio blast bottom right corner on Cam, you see he's your 10th ranked player, but obviously you've got a mock going number 1. When you see that disparity, that's the quarterback position, right?
Yeah, no, that's not an overpay.
Right.
If you need a quarterback and you have one with a grade that puts him in the top 10, it's not a reach to pull the trigger there at the very top of the draft.
It's good to see the ball in the air, though.
Yeah, receivers are at, I would say 50%.
Yeah.
50, they're just
little pat and go.
Yeah, this is the warm-up portion of the program.
Now, did y'all call it pat and go? Because I've been places where they called it Baltimore.
No, we called it pat and go.
Yeah, Riverside a couple of times.
Riverside flipping a little bit.
Middle open, middle close.
They're sure.
That was a bad pass right there by Cam Moore.
Where do you feel like he is at his best? Like when you watch Cam,
the receiver's already ahead of him. He should be throwing ahead of his receiver.
Really light it up?
I like watching him drive the ball on in breakers.
Yeah.
To me, I think he's really, really comfortable.
I mean, I know you can't start everything perfect, though.
Young quarterbacks,
that's something
and you
he'll
got to
work on
remind yourself,
in
this
the
guy
NFL.
has played so much football.
Yes.
But some younger guys or inexperienced players at that position are a little reluctant to work what I call the muddy part of the field, working in between the hashes in the middle of the field. He's very confident, very comfortable of letting it rip in that portion of the field.
Here we go. All right, we just had a little huddle breakdown.
I know you say Cam Moore's got an arm and he can throw deep.
Focus up
but this is NFL, man. It's a whole different league.
See what that footwork looks like in comparison to what we there. That's a bit more like it, right?
Now we're
I actually want to see what some of your guys' toughest opponents are going to be this year.
On those RPO throws, man. That ball comes out.
There it is. There's the hands.
And then you also saw the sidearm delivery. Yeah. But that is the transition we talked about, the shortstop.
God, he's got quick hands, man.
Really does. So give us a sense of how that comes into play, right, in the landscape of an NFL game and an NFL play.
You want to get the ball in your playmaker's hands as fast as possible. As soon as you make that decision, I'm pulling the ball, I'm not handing it off, how quickly can you transition to get the ball out? Because every delay in you getting him the ball closes distance with the defender. So as soon as I get that on him, that's why with Tua, we talked about him being like a blackjack dealer, how quick his hands were with the RPO game.
Everything minus the
bet.
You
see them run a lot of that stuff in Miami.
And we're impacted.
Tua's still really fucking good at the RPO shit, even though he
talked about how at quarterback
concussions.
he wants someone who has middle infielder hands. And when you look at Cam deliver, you do see the exchange, the ability to turn two and do all those things. It just leads you to believe that the RPO game, he can just terrorize people doing that at the next level.
Yeah, I also find that, we've done, you guys and I, we've done these pro days for, almost 10 years now. And I think it's also really interesting to note, like, the different atmospheres, the different environments that you go through as we get Cam starting to.
Nice crisp.
Oh, nice. Out right there.
That was just a little warm-up session early on.
There's a couple things here nasty with Cam, but he'll.
Concerted effort.
He'll figure it out.
What he's doing.
Brian Baldinger with us on the field. Baldy, what's it feel like in there watching Cam now that this thing has really kind of gotten going here? We're starting to get into the meat of this thing.
Well, I mean, the RPMs of the throws have picked up, I'll tell you that. There's no more layups, guys. This is, this is Full Metal Jacket here, but I just want DJ to look, as a former quarterback, you've got a very pronounced right foot. It's way up. Even when he goes under center here, that foot is way up, and the left foot's back. Like he rocks off that left foot from there to be able to throw that slant. But that slant comes out hot right there. That's a good-looking throw. You want to see these quarterbacks throw live. That's an impressive-looking arm on that quick slant.
Yeah, Baldy, it's a good point. It's taught differently, and you see quarterbacks that play with a stagger and others that play more straight up. It's kind of a preference thing more than anything else. Some coaches are very, very strong in their opinion. Others want you to do what you're most comfortable with. But the most important thing is getting out of there.
Looking at some of the folks in attendance, showed you a shot of Brian Callahan, Tennessee Titans head coach. Obviously, Titans owners are the #1 pick as it stands now. You've seen Joe Shane, general manager of the New York Giants, and in the end zone right there in the background. Also, some Mike Kafka
is a whole different monster, bro, and I want to see him up against the top defense in the league.
I mean, I want to see what Cam Moore can do. It's like that three-quarter delivery too.
Yeah. Which a top defense in the league would be like San Francisco, the Baltimore Ravens.
If you're sitting there as a a coach,
even
GM,
the Chiefs, man.
Obviously you've seen probably almost every throw that he's made. Especially this last year at Miami on tape already. What are the most valuable pieces
y'all let Ryan
of these
Tannehill
moments
fucking walk,
that you're getting
bro.
to see in person?
I mean, really, it's just him checking off the boxes, just having the final opportunity in a dress rehearsal to see him look great. You talk about being able to hear the ball, feel the whiz, feel the power, that the velocity is coming off his hands when you make those throws. Everything that we see him do, we've seen him do a million times on tape, though. So there's no surprises when it comes to the arm talent that he displays.
I love that last one. I feel like you see that often. You know, if he's escaping out to the left side, bam, still makes a nice throw on the money.
And we're going to find out if he's a first-round bust or not.
He has that ability to just kind of disconnect his upper body and his lower body and then can generate
on camp and everything. And even pro day, but there's been first-round picks that do good in pro day and all around, and then they end up being trash. They just disappear. I don't really buy off of first-round picks anymore, bro.
I feel like this
I think about players like Tom Brady.
You're overreacting to a parade. No, this is what this is. This is the driving range, everybody.
I know I'm
We're not playing a full 18 holes today. We're going to watch these guys at the driving range. We want to see how the ball comes out of their hand, what type of velocity they can generate.
Second-round picks.
How accurate can you be? These are receivers you know. You've worked out with them.
Shador might have a blessing being a fifth-round pick,
timing and accuracy should show up in a workout setting like this.
On the Browns for a while.
I think about it in this capacity. First day of minicamp when he goes to his new team. All the veterans are out there, and they're looking for the young quarterback to see. If you put him out there, will the veterans be like, okay, we got one.
Yeah.
And when I'm looking at him throw, you can already sense that the old guy's going to look around and be like, oh, okay, I have one. We got a chance just because of the talent. Just the sheer talent that you see him display makes you believe that he has high-end potential.
Brian Callahan, there you go, right side of your screen.
That's what's really going to show the difference.
Head coach of the Titans, first overall pick.
Is those defensive players, are they going to be like,
card that says,
yo, this guy's good, or
deep shot?
Are they more just going to be like, oh, I can eat this guy up?
You guys ended up seeing a couple of his receivers at the Shrine Bowl as well.
Yeah,
right?
hella good shit in college. But now it's time to show what he's got in the NFL.
Sam Brown, Jacoby George,
But
and everybody says, too, the NFL plays faster.
I just think Cam Ward jumping in Miami as a one-year player, immediately season control over the leadership. And
just
we
hearing about
understand
Cam
what it
Ward's
is to
stories
be a legend down in Miami, but for him to jump in, being an outsider,
start from the bottom,
take
move his
control,
way up.
and for this team to have success responding to his leadership style, that also speaks volumes to him as a quarterback.
That's a good point. Yeah, here's Elijah Arroyo.
Now we got a little movement like that. Moving left, throwing right, which is not something you're probably going to teach, but it's something you can show off when you've got that type of an arm.
You want me to watch 2019? All right.
Now, there's also some evidence on tape.
Oh, y'all want me to watch the Patriots versus fucking which one we want to watch? The first one or the second one? Like against the Ravens or against the fucking Patriots? Or you have the one against the Chiefs?
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're a financial services company, too. Like he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
I'm also Staycon Barkley. Insurance in, financial services also in.
I gotta step out my comfort zone and try new outfits out. I don't want to be stuck in my way. I
don't know if I can watch highlights like this on YouTube because I can get hit with a copyright. Every time I try to watch highlights like this and do reaction videos, I get hit with copyright on this. Because it's from the NFL. Bro loves to blame the refs on here. That's fucking crazy. Anyways, I'm about to hop in my bed, bro. I'm getting tired, and I'm pretty sure we are going to be waiting on the update for a couple more hours. I'm going to fix the camera real quick. Good night, Toys R Us.
If you were to ask Google, what are the chances to make the NFL, you will see it's very low. Even the percentage of kids that go on to play college ball out of high school is too. And I am 100% sure that there are kids that were dogs in high school. But the masses just don't know because of the lack of opportunity and exposure. And this kid here almost slipped away. But by the grace of God, he got that one shot and did not miss his chance to blow. Because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And now it's like all we hear is
the guy now who is favored to be the first name called.
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward, number one, seemingly the thing.
Yeah.
To the Titans.
He reminds me of Patrick. He reminds me of Mahomes with how he can be unconventional, dunk the football from all different kinds of weird angles.
Tennessee, if they end up going with Cam, they don't get a special guy.
Under that unforgiving Texas heat in West Columbia, a young Cam Ward was falling hard from football, way before the pads and stadium lights. It started on a dusty neighborhood field where the games were rough, the kids were bigger, and Cam, he was the smallest one out there. Quiet and reserved off the field, Cam didn't talk much, but his game spoke volumes. Smart, calm, and never the one to back down. On the sidelines was his dad, Calvin Ward, a youth coach who doubled as Cam's first mentor. In second grade, Cam went to him, eyes wide, asking to play organized football. Calvin told him to wait a year, maybe thinking it was just a phase. And exactly 1 year later, Cam pulled up with a sign-up sheet in his hand and said, "Remember you told me to wait until next year? Well, it's that time." That was it. Cam was all in. Football wasn't just something he did, it was who he was. He'd be up at the crack of dawn yanking Calvin out of bed for extra throwing sessions, obsessed with getting better. The kid was just wired differently. In the Ward household, everything was competitive, whether it was board games or seeing who could throw the furthest. Cam lived for it, but it wasn't all highlight reels and perfect spirals early on. His mechanics weren't that good, his throws a bit shaky, and Facing older, faster kids sometimes tested his confidence. There were moments where he wondered if he could really hang. But Cam never quit. Calvin was right there beside him, tweaking his form, running drills until the streetlights came on. Slowly, those wobble passes turned into lasers, and with every rep, his confidence started to match his drive. By the time he traded the Sandlot for Friday Night Lights, he wasn't just a kid with a dream. He was a quarterback motivated by sweat, fire, and a whole lot of heart. And he was just getting started. The one stoplight town of West Columbia, Texas, where Friday nights mean football, barbecue smoke, and the whole town showing up like it's Sunday service, a teenage Cameron Ward was quietly building something special. Under the buzz of old stadium lights and the weight of big dreams, he stepped onto the field for Columbia High, repping the Roughnecks, a scrappy little squad trying to make noise in a state where football is religion. Cam wasn't just another name on the roster. Even in a town barely pushing 1,000 students, his arm stood out like a diamond in the dirt. The crowd could feel it. This kid had it. But while Cam's talent was 2020 level, his offense was stuck in 1985. Columbia ran a dusty old wing T triple option, a scheme straight out of another era, built to chew up the clock with handoffs and misdirection.
The wing T is a lot of misdirection, a lot of under center stuff, a lot of bootlegs and stuff like that. We did a lot of 5-step drop with Cam because we wanted to use his arm and stuff like that.
Think about it. This man had a rocket launcher for an arm, but was out there throwing the ball maybe 7 to 8 times a game. That's like putting a Ferrari in a school zone. You could see the frustration in the stands. His parents, the fans, and even his coaches knew what he was capable of.
Football, because he could just throw the football unbelievable. But he had that air about himself that he won as a quarterback. People followed him.
And yet, week after week, the system held him back. But Cam never complained. Never once did he pull the let me cook card. One of his coaches said he was never selfish. It was always, coach, what do we got to do to win? And even in that outdated offense, the raw talent leaked through. Practices would turn into shows. Cam would drop back and sling the ball 50 to 55 yards on a tight rope. One assistant said it best. Normal high school kids don't make those throws. But talent doesn't always translate on paper, especially in Texas, where every other high school quarterback is putting up video game numbers. Cam finished his senior year with 1,500 yards and 22 touchdowns. Solid, but not headline-grabbing numbers. Just to put things into perspective, last season, the top 50 guys in Texas threw for more than 3,000 yards. So Cam's numbers were tiny compared to them. Recruiters looked at the stats, looked at the system, and passed, one by one. Power 5 schools shrugged him off like he was just another small-town kid. Even a Texas A&M coach, who told Cam's head coach that Cam threw the best 15-yard out he saw all year, kept it moving without offering a thing. But behind the scenes, Cam and his pops weren't taking no for an answer. Calvin turned into a full-time agent, hitting up coaches, cutting up film, driving Cam everywhere, wherever somebody might give his boy a chance. We're talking 4 a.m. wake-ups to drive 5 hours to a no-name camp at East Texas Baptist just so Cam could throw in front of somebody who might care. At every big camp, Texas A&M, Houston, Texas State, Cam showed he could hang with the 4 stars and 5 stars. But again, no offers. He was that rare dude who had all the tools but nothing on tape. A quarterback with the cannon stuck in a system that never let him show it. So he kept grinding. Sundays were for private workouts with retired high school football coach Steve Van Meter, who saw Cam's gift immediately. First time they linked, Steve tried to catch warm-up throws. 2 passes in, he told Cam to bring his own receivers next time. Joking, I got golf to play. I'm not breaking fingers for you. And Cam, he soaked it all in, tightening up his mechanics, cleaned up his footwork, and started letting the ball fly. Deep outs, sideline throws, stuff you just didn't see at the high school level. And Steve started filming it, posting clips, texting every coach he knew. Am I crazy, he asked? How are people not seeing what I'm seeing? But eventually, somebody did. The tape reached Eric Morris at the University of Incarnate Word, a FCS program in San Antonio. He saw the raw potential and made the call. 1D1 offer, 1 open door. That's all Cam needed.
And so when we got into it, and started recruiting him, he played in the triple option offense, and so he didn't have the film that kind of showed like some of these other kids do. So that hurt his recruiting. And then what we did is we watched him play other sports. We went and watched him play basketball. He's the all-time leading scorer in West Columbia history. He saw the floor really well. He had a great presence about himself. He was a great leader out there. So I think kind of when we put all those things together, we thought he had tools to be a superstar.
He walked into UIW in 2020 labeled as a development quarterback, 3rd string on the paper. But Cam, he wasn't hearing that. I'm going to win a starting job, he told his dad. Calvin tried to keep it real, telling him to stay patient. Cam looked at him in his eyes and said, do you believe in me? And that's the thing about Cam. He doesn't do the rah-rah, no need to bark. He's calm, collected, and dead serious. He carries himself like a man who has been told no 1,000 times and still ain't folded. He left Columbia High unranked and under-recruited, but never unloved and never unprepared. He was forged into a run-heavy offense, boxed into a system, and overlooked by the football machine. But now he got a stage, and he was coming for all the ones who doubted him. When Cam touched down at UIW, he wasn't some blue-chip savior with cameras in his face. Nah, he was the kid nobody wanted. The one big schools ghosted like a bad Tinder date. UIW, a quiet little FCS spot in San Antonio, was the only D1 program to slide a scholarship his way. But all Cam needed was a shot. And from the jump, he wasn't waiting his turn. He was there to take it. Now, 2020 was wild for everybody. But for Cam, it set the stage. The pandemic pushed the season into the spring of 2021. And with that extended downtime, he ended up winning the starting job. And with only 6 games on deck, every play felt like it carried the weight of the whole season. And man, when that ball got snapped, Cam was under the center, it was time to go. No nerves, no hesitation, just a young quarterback out there slinging it like he had something to prove. Because, to be honest, he did. From game one, dude looked like he'd been doing this. Poised, confident, throwing dimes, dodging defenders, making it look way too easy. He put up 300-plus yards in every single game that spring. And he wasn't just padding stats against cupcakes. He lit up ranked teams for 6 touchdowns in back-to-back weeks. Coaches were scratching their heads like, who is this kid? By the time the smoke cleared, Cam had cooked up 2,260 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, and just 4 picks in 6 games. And tossing a couple scores on the ground just to flex. Oh, and he did it all as a freshman. UIW, a program that you probably can't even point out on the map, climbed all the way to number 13th in the FCS rankings on Cam's back. The buzz was real. This wasn't just some fluke run. This was talent meeting opportunity. And the world was finally catching up to what Cam knew all along. He was him. The recognition came quick. National media started calling. Awards started piling up. He walked away with the Jerry Rice Award, the FCS top freshman, period. The same kid who came out of high school with 0 stars and no big-time looks. Now he was that dude. Even Coach Morris was like, wait, this the same kid who ran a wing T in high school. Cam went from running an old-school ground game to leading one of the most explosive offenses in FCS like he'd been doing this since Pop Warner. He had that creative flair, that how did he even make that throw energy? Sidearm lasers, off-balance darts, deep shots on the money. He had the full bag. But what really stood out, he never looked rattled. Calm under pressure, cool in the pocket. Teammates fed off that vibe. Fans started showing up just to see what kind of magic he would pull off next. That one spring season didn't just change his story. It changed the whole field around UIW football. Still, Cam knew the job wasn't finished. Once the season wrapped, while other quarterbacks took a breather, he jumped right back into the lab. That's when he linked up for the first time with quarterback coach Daryl Colbert Jr., a former Houston QB who knew how to take raw talent and turn it into a finished product.
Man, when we first worked out with each other, it was kind of seeing all the different arm angles that he throws from, ball dropping a little low at the time. It's just a lot of different things. And I went to go watch his film, and I was like, okay, this is what makes him who he is. Being able to throw from all these arm slots, all the off-platform. That's what made him very special.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide, planning experiences for her Mexico trip. Dreaming she's already there.
The off-season grind was different. Long days under the hot Texas sun, Cam was breaking down film, tightening up his mechanics, and working footwork. His release got quicker, reds got sharper, and that natural arm talent was still there. But now it was paired with precision and polish. And here's where it gets fun. Cam wasn't grinding alone. Training beside him was Shador Sanders, a baller in his own right. The two young guns pushed each other every workout. Friendly trash talk, deep ball competitions, target drills that turned into mini shootouts. 1 minute they're clowning each other, next minute they're locked in playoff mode. Iron sharpens iron, and Cam, he came out of those sessions even more dangerous. By the time fall 2021 rolled around, folks weren't sleeping on him anymore. The zero-star kid who torched the FCS during the wild COVID spring season had the spotlight now, and with it came the pressure. The doubters were waiting to see if it was just luck. But Cam, he kept cooking. Right out the gate, you can tell something had shifted. He wasn't just reacting. He was controlling the tempo, playing chess while defenders were still figuring out the board. The arm talent had always been there, but now he was moving differently, more intentional, more polished. Touch passes with finesse, darts in tight windows, better reads, and cleaner footwork. You can see the work from that offseason grind translate in real time. Cam had taken all that raw juice from the spring and refined it into something scary. Week after week, he stayed in his bag, constantly dropping 300-plus yard games like it was just part of the routine. But then came week 9 against Southeastern Louisiana, and man, that was the one. Cam went full video game mode, 610 yards and 7 touchdowns. That wasn't just a performance, that was a statement. He wasn't just doing this against lightweights. He was balling against legit competition and making it look easy. By the end of the season, there was no doubt. Cam had officially leveled up, 4,400 yards, 47 touchdowns to only 10 picks, with a 10-3 record and a conference championship. He didn't just live up to the hype. He outgrew it. He turned the program into a national conversation. From San Antonio to the rest of the FCS, folks knew that boy was cold. As the season wrapped up, Cam wasn't just a breakout story anymore. He was the real deal. He turned a one-off opportunity into a platform, turned doubt into dominance. And the wildest part, he was just warming up, because soon after, every school started calling.
Some schools out of high school, they rejected me. Not gonna name them. They tried to get me back They tried to get me once I hit the portal. I didn't even want to give them no attention, just because why was you taking me down when you had a chance earlier.
After lighting up the FCS like it was backyard ball at a family barbecue, the kid from a tiny Texas school had outgrown his sandbox. His numbers were loud, his name was buzzing, but more than anything, his moment had arrived. Then came the call. Eric Morris, the man who believed in him when nobody else did, was heading to Washington State. Yeah, that Washington. Cold, remote, and a long way from the Texas heat. But Cam, he didn't blink. Loyalty and vision run deep when you've grinded for everything you've got. So when Coach Morris packed up, Cam followed suit. And he announced it by making this tweet. Top floor, didn't take the elevator. I climbed my way up.
Loyalty means everything to me and my family. Not a lot of coaches show it in the recruiting process. They say the things that you want to hear, of course, to get you to their school. But at the end of the day, it's not many coaches who are going to do what Coach Morris does for me on and off the field.
Now, Pullman ain't exactly a dream destination for most folks from the South. Cam stepped off that plane into a world of gray skies, swirling snow, and silence so different, it was almost spiritual. The first time he saw the field dusted in snow, he laughed. Different type of cold, literally and figuratively. But that was part of the journey. New town, new stage, new pressure. And about the adjustment, playbooks were thicker, defenders were faster, and those DBs, they closed windows like they were trying to trap ghosts. Spring ball was humbling. Cam found himself second-guessing reads, getting smacked around, and learning how unforgiving Power 5 football could be. That offensive line, let's just say Cam spent more time horizontal than he liked. 46 sacks on the season. But instead of folding, he leaned in. Late nights in the film room, extra routes with his receivers under the lights, and correcting mechanics. You could see the hunger in how he moved. By the back half of 2022, things started to click. That kid from a no-name program had proven he could hang with the big boys. That raw playmaker we saw at UIW, he had began to reemerge. Now with better timing, more control, and a deeper understanding of the moment. He led Wazoo to some gritty wins. Even caught the nation's attention with a signature upset that turned doubters into believers. By the season's end, 3,200 yards, 23 touchdowns, and all Pac-12 honorable mentions. Not bad for year one in the big leagues. But 2023, that's when Cam said, I'm not just here, I'm here to own it. From the jump, there was new energy in his step. Cam was no longer reacting to the speed of the game. He was dictating the tempo. He had full command of the huddle. His throws were crisp, creative, and damn near disrespectful. You know the ones, those Mahomes-style sidearm lasers. No-look flicks that made fans lose their minds. This wasn't just progress. This was the arrival. Mid-season, it was clear. He was one of the most electric players in the country. And the numbers, straight up video game. 3,700 passing yards, 25 touchdowns, to just 7 picks, plus 8 more on the ground. By the time the season ended, Cam had his name etched into Washington State record books. But with the glow came the nitpicking. NFL scouts started peeking closer, breaking him down frame by frame. Some were mesmerized, others not so much. They threw around phrases like arm arrogance, or worried his off-script magic wouldn't fly on Sundays. Some folks even questioned whether he was a product in a quarterback-friendly system. But Cam heard it all before, and every time, he locked in, leveled up, and proved folks wrong with work, not words. After a breakout 2023 season where he lit up the Pac-12 like it owed him money, with over 3,700 yards, 25 touchdowns, and a handful of jaw-dropping plays that made you sit up on your couch, he was right there. The league was calling. You could almost hear it in the way people was talking about him. The once overlooked zero-star kid from West Columbia, Texas, who went from UIW to Washington State, had officially entered the NFL conversation. So on New Year's Day 2024, Cam did what everyone expected. He declared for the draft.
What's up? Cam Ward. I'll be declaring for the 2024 NFL Draft.
All those early mornings, all that doubt, the folks who told him that he wasn't built for this, nah, Cam was on his way. Wazoo fans showed him love. Scouts started sketching out his draft stock, but quickly they started projecting that Cam was a low priority quarterback. They were even telling Cam to his face that he was a day 2 pick, meaning he could have landed in rounds 2 or 3.
I took it personal. I tell myself every day that I'm the so I wake up and I tell myself I'm the best player in the country every day, and I really stand by that.
He felt he was a first-round draft pick. We had a conversation the other day, and he was like, I would at least win 10.
Then, just like that, he flipped the script. Less than 2 weeks after declaring, Cam pulled a move that was so unexpected, it had Twitter in a frenzy. He withdrew from the draft. Not only that, he announced that he was transferring to Miami, the 305, and just like that, the kid who was headed to the pros was now heading to South Beach. The reaction? Man, it was chaos. Football fans were shocked. NFL folks were scratching their heads. Talk shows lit up with debates. Is he scared of the NFL? Is it for the NIL bag? Does he know what he's doing? But beneath all that noise was a very real, very intentional decision. This wasn't impulsive. Cam didn't just wake up and change his mind. This was a soul searcher, a family meeting type of moment. Late night combos with mom and dad. Advice from mentors who've seen the league up close. They looked at everything. Draft grades, team fits, film breakdowns, all of it. They talked about legacy, about risk, about timing. And Cam, he listened, soaked it all in, but at the end of the day, this was his call. Here's what it came down to. Cam knew he could be better. Yes, he bought out at Wazoo. Yes, he was league potential, but his draft class was stacked. Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Penix were names with first-round buzz that would have pushed Cam down the board, no matter how good he was. And Cam wasn't trying to sneak into the league in the back door. He wanted to kick that thing open. The move made perfect sense. Once you looked past the headlines, Miami offered everything he needed. A bigger spotlight, a pro-style offense under Coach Mario, and the kind of national attention that comes with putting on those orange and green threads. The U ain't just a school. It's a brand, a pipeline, a place where quarterbacks go to get Sunday ready. And let's be real, this was 2024. NIL changed the whole game. A player like Cam, star power, personality, production, he was going to eat off the field as much as he was on it. Word was, his NIL valuation of Miami was touching 7 figures. So yeah, money played a role, but it wasn't the only reason. It was just part of the equation. Cam wasn't choosing cash over competition. He was choosing development and opportunity, growth and visibility. He wanted to walk into the draft a year later as a franchise quarterback, not a maybe. Cam Ward caught an audible at the line. He saw the blitz coming, changed the play, and trusted himself to make it work. Now the spotlight shifts to Miami. One more season, one more shot, and a whole lot of eyes watching to see if the bet pays off. But if history tells us anything, it will. The summer of 2024 hit different in Miami. The streets were hot, the buzz was louder than a South Beach DJ set, and all eyes were on one man, Cameron Ward. The transfer quarterback out of Washington State had the whole city talking. Miami fans were hyped like it was 0-1 again. Folks were calling him the program savior before he even touched the field. On paper, there was supposed to be a quarterback battle. In real life, that talk ended the moment Cam laced up the cleats and stepped onto the practice field. The 6'2 Texan moved different, calm and commanding. Like this was his show and everybody else was learning their lines. Coaches saw it, players respected it, and the fan base felt it in their bones. Cam was that dude, no cap. Then the season started, and bro came out the gate cooking. Opening night, Miami went to Gainesville and embarrassed the Florida Gators in their own house, 41-17. Cam dropped 385 yards and 3 tutties like it was light work. Quieted the whole SEC crowd and turned doubters into believers with just one game. From there, it was curtains. Every week he was surgical. 300-yard games were routine. But the moment that really cemented Cam's legacy came mid-October. Week 6 in Berkeley, California, Miami was getting washed. Down 25 at the half, it looked like it was wraps. But Cam, he ain't blink. One drive after another. A scramble here, a laser there. The man flipped the script in real time and ended up leading Miami all the way back with 437 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and a game winner that had the Golden Bears fans silent. The final score read 39-38, and the comeback was damn near cinematic. After that, it was like the floodgates opened. Cam tore through the rest of the schedule. Whether it was conference games under the Hard Rock Lights or rivalry week smoke with Florida State, he was that guy. He even caught a touchdown on a trick play against FSU, just for the drama. That win alone had Canes fans talking crazy, like the glory days were creeping back. By the end of the regular season, Miami was 10-2, first 10-win season since 2017. The playoffs just slipped out of reach, but nobody was mad because everybody knew who brought the swagger back to the U. Cam finished the season in the Pop-Tart Bowl with 3 more touchdowns against Iowa State, where Miami lost in a close 42-41 game. And after the curtains closed, the awards started to roll in like credits at the end of a masterpiece. Davey O'Brien Award, Manning Award, All-American, ACC Offensive Player of the Year, and ACC Player of the Year. Something no Miami quarterback had ever done. Bro even broke the Hurricane single-season passing yards and touchdown records. Numbers that legends never touched. 4,300 yards and 39 touchdowns. Let that sink in.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower with Select Cut is the most powerful mower in its class, featuring an aluminum deck that allows for extreme blade speeds, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Designed for durability that's guaranteed for life. All powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery. One battery powers all tools. Find an Ego retailer near you.
At Wiener Schnitzel, Southern bird dogs and tenders have landed with Southern flavors that are so fucking good. Wiener Schnitzel, American food.
Oh, and about those 39 touchdowns, that led the entire country. By the time the Heisman ceremony came around, Cam was suited up in NYC, standing tall as a finalist. The first Miami quarterback in over 20 years to even get invited. He didn't win, but fourth place never looked so good. Just being there in the moment was the exclamation point of the wild college career. From no stars to superstar. From incarnate word to the Heisman stage. The man had arrived. But just as one chapter is closed, another one is opening. And the next arena is finally the NFL. Now, just 1 year ago, he was projected as a second or third rounder. Now the conversation was, could Cam Ward be the #1 overall pick in the 2025 draft? The debate was lit. Cam versus Shador Sanders. In workout videos uploaded by Deion Jr. on Well Off Media, the duo looked like the top dog sharpening their skills. Now, after both had good seasons, they find themselves fighting for the same prize at the next level. The narrative is irresistible. Ward versus Sanders, not in a game, but in the draft war rooms and front offices. Who would claim the mantle of the top quarterback in the class? NFL insiders spoke about the neck-and-neck race, with some favoring Sanders' polish and others like Cam's production and fast release. One dramatic storyline had the quarterback-needy Tennessee Titans holding the #1 pick, essentially deciding between Cam and Shador as the franchise future, but you could feel the quiet competitiveness underneath it all. One viral clip caught him talking a little trash.
I'm not talking to you. You gotta show me. I'm not talking to you. You should.
And to be honest, that's Cam in a nutshell. Confident, composed, and always betting on himself. The same way he did coming out of high school with one offer. The same way he did transferring up from FCS to Wazoo. The same way he did when he turned out the 2024 draft to take one more swing in college. And ended up delivering a masterpiece in Miami. Now he's headed to the league with momentum, buzz, and a chip on his shoulder. He's not just trying to make it. He's trying to take it over. And this is why you should never, ever give up on yourself when things aren't looking too good in the moment. Because you will never know how it will turn out.
And what is your biggest dream for yourself as a quarterback?
To make it in the NFL, hopefully someday, God willing, I'll be able to play at the highest level of football. If not, if he has another plan for me, I'm fine with it.
It's been over a century since the first American football players laced up their cleats and strapped on the pads, or lack thereof. Since then, many things have changed about the game we all know and love.
The evolution of pro football resembles evolution, according to Charles Darwin.
The equipment has become safer, the playing surfaces have advanced, and the gameplay has drastically altered. And most importantly, the players themselves have evolved in magnificent ways. From their shapes and sizes to how they play their respective positions, a 1920s offensive lineman and current NFL receiver are not created equal. So how exactly did the NFL player evolve from this to this to this? Join us to find out. It's NFL Explained, Evolution of a Player. Show 'em, boys. Here we go. Before diving into evolution, we must understand where players come from. In the early days of pro football, former college or high school standouts would sign with local clubs, mainly in the Northeast and Midwest. Since then, the job of a pro football player has evolved from a hobby to a part-time gig to a full-time, all-encompassing career.
That's how to get paid.
In 1892, former Yale football superstar William Pudge Heffelfinger accepted $500 to play for the Allegheny Athletic Association. In turn, he became the first known pay-to-play competitor on the gridiron. While there were a small number of instances like Heffelfinger's before the 1920 start date of the NFL, the first highly paid superstar was Red Grange.
And now the famous number 77, Football Superman. He's still the fastest heavyweight player to streak down the field with a ball.
Still a college player at the University of Illinois late in 1925, the Galloping Ghost was signed by George Halas's Bears for a 10-game, 18-day barnstorming tour in which Grange and his agent, C.C. Pyle, reportedly racked up $150,000. Grange's case was just the beginning of how NFL players would be compensated.
I was just a little guy in a big field, was all.
By 1936, the league implemented a collegiate draft, making the roster-building process more regimented. Players were now assigned to teams in the least successful franchises, were rewarded with the highest draft picks in hopes of creating a more even playing field. But during the early 40s, pro football and many of its players had to step aside due to World War II. NFL stars were drafted or chose to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, causing rosters to dwindle. Some teams even had to merge, like the Steelers and the Eagles in 1943, and then the Cardinals and Steelers in 1944. While playing football was starting to become a credible job during this time, some things still took precedence, and for good reason. By the early 1960s, salaries were standard practice, yet there were still players working a second job in the offseason to earn extra pay. Not to mention, some were still playing on both sides of the ball. Even while the NFL was steadily gaining popularity, many players were still treating their jobs as a hobby.
I'm after the curfew check, because I sneak out every night.
I never played a game in pro football that I didn't smoke 5 cigarettes at halftime. I never met anybody smoke more than I did.
Quite the contrast from how modern players treat their daily lives today.
I really try to get to bed early. Usually when I get home after practice, I might stretch a little bit, but I'll eat and watch a little bit of TV, then I'm out.
Around that time, another league emerged, challenging the NFL for pro football supremacy. The upstart American Football League brought a new kind of pizzazz to football. A group of cities that were sick of waiting for a pro team finally got what they deserved, and with it, a more exciting brand of play. AFL offenses passed more than its counterparts and introduced mainstream America to legends like Hank Stram and Joe Namath. Of course, as they grew, the inevitable merger with the NFL came in 1970, giving us the modern league we have today.
A number of concessions were made by people in the NFL and people in the AFL, in attempting to make this as much in the public interest as possible.
By then, pro football players were adequately paid, and their jobs were more prestigious than they'd ever been. This brings us to modern times, when football is heralded as the premier sport in America, and its participants are some of the biggest stars on planet Earth. Next, let's discuss the change in player metrics at different positions over the years. Football players come in all shapes and sizes, from 5 feet to nearly 7 feet.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's largest financial services companies. Like, he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
I'm also Stay Calm Barkley.
Oh, man, short my uniform. Whoever did.
Calm in, stress out.
I'll never remember all this.
Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
7 feet tall and 140 pounds to almost 400.
I'm eating burritos bigger than you.
Over the last century, they've become bigger, faster, and stronger. As the sport grew in conjunction with human evolution, the NFL started to see upticks in player size relating to their respective positions. Wide receiver Reggie Smith is the shortest known player in NFL history at just 5 feet 4 inches, while the tallest is 7-foot defensive tackle Richard Slye, who played 1 season with the Raiders in 1967. Meanwhile, the lightest player ever, Pro Bowl return man Gerald McNeil, weighed in at a dainty 142 pounds, while the heaviest player, offensive lineman Jerome Dorsey, was 388 pounds. So has the quarterback changed over the years? We've seen everything from 5'7" Davey O'Brien, the shortest listed signal caller ever, to a pair of 6'8" giants in Matt Blunden and Dan McGuire. Taller has usually seemed to be the preference for franchise quarterbacks, but size hasn't made much of a difference recently. See Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, both 5'10", both #1 overall picks. How about Russell Wilson, 5'11", Super Bowl champion? While quarterback height has fluctuated by just a few inches since the 1940s, their weight has steadily increased, but it's just now starting to decline, perhaps due to the rise in mobile quarterbacks, considering it's easier to run faster with less weight. Just don't tell that to 2015 MVP Cam Newton.
Quarterback draw, diving in the end zone for the touchdown.
One of the most physically imposing to ever play the position, at 6'5", 245 pounds, Newton was built more like a defensive end. But did you know there have only been 3 quarterbacks in history that have weighed more than 260 pounds? That would be Dante Culpepper, Jamarcus Russell, and the 285-pound hefty lefty, Jared Lorenzen. Although fluctuating throughout the years, running back height has stayed within a 2-inch window since the 40s. Really, it's the weight that's more intriguing. You can see the steady increase with a big jump in the 90s and 2000s.
When I came in 98, they was all big backs. You had Corey Dillon, 220-plus pound back. Eddie George, 250-pound. Jerome Bettis. Thought Jerome was closer to 300, but maybe in his later years.
Nowadays, backs have become lighter as they adjust to being receiving threats. 5'6" Darren Sproles ran, caught, and returned the ball to the tune of nearly 20,000 all-purpose yards. On the other end of the spectrum, there was 6'4" Brandon Jacobs, who helped the Giants win 2 Super Bowls. But the heaviest man to ever play in the backfield full-time, that would be Detroit's 310-pound fullback, John Bradley. The tallest wide receiver of all time is Hall of Famer Harold Carmichael, who stood 6 feet 8 inches tall and hauled in 79 career touchdowns for the Eagles. Wide receiver height has gone up and down throughout history. As the passing game has evolved, so have its playmakers. From going deep to dink and dunk, it's all about what worked at the time. But receiver height has remained relatively consistent in the low 6-foot range.
Wide receiver requires a lot of skill of stopping and starting. And the taller you are, the higher your hip joint is off the ground. So the bigger you are, the harder it is to play the position.
Maybe that's why we glorify unicorns like Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson. They really were built differently.
I came out the womb live ready.
Today, it's the athleticism of DK Metcalf that has fans in amazement. At 6'4", 235 pounds, Metcalf has made a habit of torching opposing DBs with his blazing speed.
It's picked up. Smith has time. What's Metcalf? DK Metcalf. Touchdown, Seattle.
Next, let's examine the tight ends. As you might expect, the position has become taller and heavier, reaching a poundage peak in the 2000s. However, the weight at the position is starting to decrease.
Well, in the early 2000s, tight ends were bigger guys. They were more like tackles. Now, in this era, the tight end position is different. They're more like receivers now. We got to be able to catch the ball, block, run fast. So the game has changed a whole lot.
As we transition to the big guys up front, let's shout out 2 of the tallest and greatest to ever do it. Hall of Fame tackles Bob St. Clair and Jonathan Ogden were each 6'9", reaching football's highest levels, literally and figuratively. Much like tight ends, offensive linemen have gotten taller and heavier. It's the most notable difference in weight of all the positions, with these behemoths gaining nearly 100 pounds on average since the 1940s. Despite the rising numbers, O-linemen today are more athletic than ever.
Guys are getting taller, getting stronger, getting faster, getting a little more agile, more athletic. I think more or less they converted some basketball players to basically play.
Switching sides in the trenches now, defensive linemen have undergone quite the overhaul since the early days of the NFL. Not to say that we haven't had a fair share of outliers. 5'11" defensive end Elvis Dumerville made 5 career Pro Bowls, Playing in the 50s and 60s, Hall of Famer Doug Atkins measured in at 6'8". Fast forward 60 years to Calais Campbell. I love this guy. The gigantic 6'8" pass rusher has played in 3 different decades, wreaking havoc on opposing QBs.
He's big. I can take him.
Similar to their counterparts, defensive linemen have gained serious weight over the years, an 80-pound average increase by the 2010s to be exact. But that doesn't mean these big boys can't move around with quickness.
Usually when you see guys get bigger and stronger, you don't think that they are going to be that athletic, that mobile. But when you have some of the most athletic, guys playing, in the game that were really big, that were freakishly big. Think about, Julius Peppers, 6'7", 300 pound, can run a 4'6", 4'7", and so to be able to, kind of keep up with how those guys were progressing, put a lot of pressure for sure on us.
The heaviest at the position came in this decade as defensive tackle Marquand McCall tipped the scale at 379 pounds with Carolina in 2022. And we can't move on without celebrating Ed Too Tall Jones, who played up to his nickname for 15 seasons with the Cowboys. The 6'9" defensive end made 3 Pro Bowls and helped Dallas win Super Bowl 12.
Blitzing, Sims back to throw, blitz for outside pass, hit, intercepted by Jeffcoat. Ed Jones tipped it. Jim Jeffcoat did it to him again.
While linebacker and DB size have remained relatively consistent since the league's inception, we've seen these players vary significantly over the years. Sam Mills, the shortest linebacker enshrined in the Hall of Fame, at 5'9".
Actually, I'm 5'9" and 3/4.
Mills led the New Orleans Dome Patrol defense in the 80s and 90s. The heaviest linebacker in NFL history comes in at 310 pounds. Michael Hoyt has spent his first 3 seasons making plays for the Rams. How about the heaviest safety? That would be 245-pound ex-Bengals Pro Bowler David Fulcher. And if it's height you seek, look no further than Pat Watkins, the tallest safety ever, who played at 6'5" with the Cowboys and Chargers. One of the best in the game today, the 6'4" Kyle Hamilton, has used every bit of that size to make an immediate impact in Baltimore.
He's 6'3", 6'4", long arms, just gets up there and what an athletic play.
At 6'4", current Seahawks cornerback Reek Woolen is one of the tallest ever at his position. Height also aided the 6'3" Mel Blount, Richard Sherman, and Sauce Gardner. But what about on the other side of this? Well, 5'8" cornerback Tim Jennings made 2 Pro Bowls in Chicago. And let's never forget the great Bob Sanders, who was a 5'8" missile at strong safety for the Colts. No matter the size and shape, elite talent has typically found a way to rise to the top of this league.
That's all they get.
Now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty and explain how offensive positions have evolved since the dawn of football. Perhaps no position has changed more over the years than quarterback. In the early days, the QB's role was primarily to block for ball carriers, as the snap went directly to the halfback or fullback. Eventually, the quarterback was given a little more responsibility in taking the snap, but still immediately handed the ball off to a running back. While the forward pass has been part of the game since the early 1900s, it didn't become commonplace until the 30s.
And it's thrown above the shoulder, straight past the eyebrows with the forward point up.
That's because the old rules stipulated that an incomplete forward pass resulted in a turnover. A quarterback named Benny Friedman, famous for his short time as a Giant, came up with a motion that allowed the ball to be thrown effectively. A decade later, Sling and Sammy Baugh pioneered that style of throwing and was unleashed to use it, changing the game forever on. Baugh's contemporaries, Sid Luckman and Otto Graham, helped advance the quarterback's role and value in the 40s, taking the passing game to new heights. As throwing the football became more critical to playing offense, quarterbacks' abilities developed to reflect those changes. Arguably, the most important attribute these signal callers have all possessed over the years is sheer arm strength.
That's not an arm, that's a gun.
From Sonny Jurgensen in the 60s to John Elway in the 80s, Brett Favre in the 90s, and Patrick Mahomes today, having a cannon for an arm has always been a big part of the job. They're some of the most successful gunslingers in history because of that trait. Now, throwing the ball a country mile.
basketball player. If you're not wearing sacks, you're not changing the game.
Mile isn't everything when it comes to playing quarterback. Accuracy is just as important as anything. Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Steve Young all made a living off putting the ball in the perfect spot.
How about that pass right on a dime?
Even throwing motions developed, with these different styles allowing quarterbacks to be effective in their own ways. See Mahomes and Stafford's baseball-style motions, for example. Then there are guys like Dan Marino and C.J. Stroud with their concise arm movement and quick releases. And as offensive schemes and rules have evolved, so has production. For context, only 2 quarterbacks passed for 4,000 yards in a season before 1980.
He threw for more yards than any quarterback in history.
With that being said, though, let's examine quarterback data over the years. There were a few spikes in the numbers at key points in history. The 40s, when teams began consistently using the forward pass. The 60s, when offensive innovation started booming. The 80s, when rule changes opened up the skies. And lastly, the 2010s, a truly golden age of passers. But the evolution of athleticism at the quarterback position isn't just related to passing. Mobility has advanced significantly over the years, with a kickstart from early scramblers like Fran Tarkenton and Roger Staubach. These Hall of Famers pioneered the art of extending the play with their feet. This style was eventually taken on by guys like Young, Murray, Wilson a half-century later. In the 80s, Randall Cunningham and the dual-threat QB came along. Without a doubt, the most athletic and naturally talented quarterback the league had seen at the time, his style influenced that of Michael Vick and Lamar Jackson today.
Well, still look good on you, baby. Oh, right on, Bill, look good on you.
Their talents most likely wouldn't have been as widely accepted if not for Cunningham's trailblazing.
The game changes when you have a mobile quarterback who can throw the ball. That great athlete now is not just going to running back anymore, not just going to the receiver. A dual threat quarterback is now the norm. Is no longer the exception.
Outside of the physical requirements of playing the position, there's an equally crucial mental component. Probably the most notable difference in quarterbacking is the amount of information a player must process. From pre- and post-snap reads to protection changes and hot routes, QBs need to know a lot. Not exactly the kind of complex info that was running through Sammy Baugh's mind in the 1940s.
Frizzle left tight, F fly, pass 37 punch, waggle, help, baby dizzy, X-fan on the turbo.
Certainly, the 15-word play calls that quarterbacks make would be much more challenging to spit out without the help of helmet radio receivers.
Hey, quit talking to my helmet, whoever that is, quit!
Legendary coach Paul Brown developed those to communicate with his players on the field.
The world champion Cleveland Browns, equipped with shortwave radio for their league opener.
With all these advancements, it's no wonder that the quarterback position has become the most coveted in football.
Right now, we have more quality quarterbacks than ever, top to bottom. I think it's the deepest group of throwers. Those things have changed the game dramatically.
But before the QB was the bee's knees, a fellow backfield member carried the torch. The very first playmaker position in football, no one garnered more respect than the running back. The primary ball carriers of the game's past went by a few different names: halfback, fullback, tailback, and they all had roles toting the rock. Despite the halfback being the traditional ball carrier in today's game, the fullback commanded more carries back in the day. Early legends like Grange, Jim Thorpe, Bronco Nagurski, Marion Motley, Joe Perry, and the King, Jim Brown, all headlined the fullback position at one point.
And another touchdown for Jim Brown!
However, the status of the fullback and halfback changed around the 70s with the emergence of uber-talented do-it-all playmakers like Walter Payton and Earl Campbell.
Here goes Earl Campbell. Gotcha! Gotcha! Beautiful!
The role of the fullback was basically you do all the dirty work. You played on all the special teams. There wasn't a whole lot of running the ball, wasn't a whole lot of catching the ball out of the backfield. Basically, your job was just to block.
This decade signaled a changing of the guard. The halfback took over as the focal point while fullbacks paved the way. running back was the most impactful position on the field until the turn of the century. Think about the all-time greats we had the privilege of watching: Gale Sayers, Eric Dickerson, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders, just to name a few. Graceful, powerful, and shifty runners who were the driving forces of their offenses. While those Hall of Famers ruled the golden age of running backs, the game took a turn somewhere after the 2000s. Check out the average rush yards per season for every team's leading back over the last 90 years. It steadily increased until the 2010s when running back yardage started to fall off. Why is that? With further advancements in the passing game, the running back's value decreased. However, certain backs with effective receiving skills have been able to elevate their status as the position has evolved.
They have to have more of a skill set that can get them in the passing game. That's critical. You can't just be good at one thing. You got to be good at multiple things.
Marshall Faulk ushered in a new age of dynamic backs, playmakers who could do more than run between the tackles.
Ball cut back 30, 20, 30, gone!
But before Faulk brought the all-purpose back to new heights, 49ers legend Roger Craig mastered it in the 80s.
Underneath to Roger Craig out of 10.
Craig and Faulk are two of the three players to rush and receive for 1,000 yards in a season.
He's gotten over 1,000 yards rushing and over 1,000 yards receiving.
Paving the way for Christian McCaffrey, the third player in that group. Yet, the art of the satellite back still doesn't begin with Craig. In the 50s and 60s, Colts Hall of Famer Lenny Moore often lined up as both a running back and a wide receiver, racking up yards from scrimmage like nobody's business.
United the back. United throws. Touchdown.
After Moore came Lydell Mitchell and Chuck Foreman, both true tailbacks whose skills in the passing game only made their offenses more potent. This style of running back is becoming the future in the NFL. Just ask the Falcons and Lions, which both selected do-it-all backs in the first round of the 2023 draft.
All right, so 2 running backs, the first 12 picks of an NFL draft. I don't even know the last time that happened.
While the ability to catch passes as a running back is becoming increasingly important, let's not forget the guys who do that at a high level on every play. Of course, that would be the wide receiver, arguably the most electrifying position in football today. It would be incomprehensible to tell a fan from the 1920s what a receiver is like nowadays, as early wideouts seldom caught passes. The position we know and love today evolved from the split end, the original wide receiver. In the 40s, the flanker position came along, serving as a second wide receiver opposite the split end. One of the great early flankers, Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch.
Say, Hirsch, where'd you ever learn to run like that? You got the craziest pair of legs I ever saw.
Initially an end, Hirsch's skill set led him to become one of the first true receivers in his day, helping energize football with the pass-happy Rams of the 40s and 50s. Then, in the 1970s, Al Davis was credited with deploying the slot receiver. But 3 receiver sets were seen as early as the 60s, starting with Sid Gilman's Chargers. San Diego receiver Lance Alworth had 1,000 yards in every season from 1963 to 1969. Nowadays, 3 wideouts are the base of almost any offense. As the passing game has advanced, so have the receiver's responsibilities. The route tree kept sprouting more branches, especially in the slot.
I think in the slot, because they have more slot formations, that the slot was utilized more, so they began to grow.
The way the Patriots used Wes Welker in 2007 displayed just how much a slot receiver can power an offense.
Steps, looks, fires, and throws, touchdown to Wes Welker!
As the game evolved, receivers needed to get faster and stronger to be more effective, but the most critical development for wideouts came in 1978 when the NFL changed the amount of contact a defensive back could initiate.
The biggest change in the passing game for a wide receiver standpoint is the DB's inability to be able to touch you after you leave the chuck zone.
This is an example of a legal chuck by a defensive back on a wide receiver in the 5-yard area.
The 5-yard chuck rule, which limited defensive backs to contact within 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, was instrumental in allowing receivers to get open. One receiver who started his career just before the rule changes, Hall of Famer Steve Largent. 1978 happened to be Largent's first 1,000-yard season. He retired as the league's all-time leader in every major receiving category. It's easy to see the contrast between the era when receivers had little direction in running routes to today, where technique and nuance are vital to a wideout's game.
The skill level now is way better than when I played. The receivers of today, great feet, great agility, great route running. The skill level is through the roof.
Receiver skills have grown exponentially as of late. Today, you'll see an improbable catch on a weekly basis.
That may be the greatest catch I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, it's caught. DeAndre Hopkins caught it. I can't believe it.
Reaching up for it is George Pickens, and he pulls it in.
What a catch with the
Speaking of contrasting eras, this graph shows the average receiving yardage per season has increased -1 decade. After all that extreme physicality in the secondary during the 70s resulted in rule changes, those passing numbers skyrocketed in the following years. So, while receivers started as blockers in the early days, these offensive weapons developed into dynamic, hyper-athletic playmakers over time. 1,000 receiving yards in a season has become the norm, and that leads us to our next position, whose evolution is almost identical. From Rob Gronkowski to Travis Kelce, we know what the modern-day tight end is, but how did the position originate? At first, the tight end was simply called the end. He was part of the 7-man offensive line, blocking, and blocking some more. Like our early 20th century receivers, tight ends didn't catch many passes. In fact, the end played both sides of the ball, lining up as a modern-day defensive end, too. But for those who were better suited on offense, the tight end blossomed into a reliable receiving threat. Some of the first studs at the position were Don Hutson and Max Speedy. As ends, they defied the position during their era. Hutson played 11 years in the NFL, leading the league in receiving yards in 7 of them. His 99 career receiving touchdowns were a record for almost 50 years. Hudson and Speedy were some of the first uber-effective receiving threats in pro football, regardless of position. So while they were listed as old-school tight ends, they looked and played more like receivers. Even with the success of those pioneers, the tight end position didn't earn significant clout until the 1960s, thanks to guys like Mike Ditka, John Mackey, and Jackie Smith.
Jackie Smith was the man who could turn a game around in one swift burst of speed.
Even still, the position was underappreciated until Don Coryell's Chargers deployed Kellen Winslow. His abilities helped further the tight end status as a primary receiving threat and thus paved the way for future stars. Around the same time as Winslow, another tight end, Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns, was making some noise.
Ozzie Newsome with a touchdown grab.
As these playmakers were thriving in the 80s, Washington head coach Joe Gibbs devised a scheme to use a tight end in another way. That scheme called for a hybrid tight end known as an H-back to help chip the edge rusher, in this case Lawrence Taylor, before running a route. The scheme and slight variation only furthered the tight end's versatility.
That guy can move side to side or go in the backfield and still be able to run up the hole and block as a fullback.
As we approached the turn of the century, the NFL entered a golden age of tight ends. Blockers, receivers, and even sometimes runners, tight ends could do it all, and offenses often ran through them.
This is your modern day freak. I mean, it's unstoppable.
The thinking around the league was that, we can just plug a tight end in the backfield for a fullback. Those guys are taller, they're able to stretch the field, they're a little bit faster, maybe they feel like they're a little bit more athletic, they're used to catching the football a lot more.
Shannon Sharp, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Witten, and Antonio Gates all became focal points, leading their teams to new heights.
One of those every once in a generation. You know who rumors? One who loves dirt, one who does flirt. 3-legged somebody, and a hissy cat in a stroller. Fast girls, sweet mover. Rubber helps make friends all over. And friends are good. Loving their care in your neighborhood.
Tight ends.
The modern tight end has become so much more than just another body on offense. Gronkowski, Kelsey, San Francisco's George Kittle have shattered NFL records over the last decade plus. Gronk had the most TDs by a tight end in a season, Kelsey had the most yards, and Kittle had the most receiving yards by a tight end through his first 3 years.
What a catch by Kittle! A one-handed grab!
The value and popularity of the position couldn't be higher. They even have their own dedicated holiday.
Tight end pay. Oh yeah, National Tight End Day. Best day of the year.
And the scary thing is, they're just getting started. From a former position on the offensive line to the real big boys up front, guards, tackles, centers, they've always been well-respected players for their dirty work, especially since they initially played both sides of the ball. Imagine playing a full 60 minutes, bashing your body in the trenches. That was the life of early linemen like Mel Hines, Cal Hubbard, Dan Fortman. These Hall of Famers made a name for themselves at one of the hardest positions in football during an era in which the game had little regard for safety. Yet they set the standard for the level of O-line play that we see today. While their responsibilities may not have altered as drastically as other positions, the main change came with advancements in schemes and identities. For example, in the 60s, Vince Lombardi introduced the pulling guard on perimeter run plays to help block upfield.
Number 64, All-Pro guard Jerry Kramer leads Elijah Pitts around in.
With the various blocking schemes and protection changes he's tasked with, a center must be more cerebral now than he used to be. As for tackles, they've become quicker and more athletic to handle the increasing abilities of edge rushers. Above anything else, the most impactful change for offensive linemen came with the 1978 rule change, allowing arm extension and open hands on blocks.
Straighten that on. Now you're keeping it bent all the way. That's the old rule. Now you can get it out there.
We started, we basically couldn't use our hands. We started with our hands tucked under our wrists like this. And now we could actually grab. And so then that made a big difference.
This change came simultaneously with the rule regulating defensive back contact. Together, they opened up offenses, creating a more fan-friendly product. Not only did the skill players start gaining more prestige after the offensive explosion of the 80s, but linemen also got more recognition. Widely considered the greatest offensive tackle to play the game, former Bengal Anthony Munoz was the backbone of the Cincinnati offense for 13 seasons, including 2 Super Bowl trips. Even entire O-line units started to earn the respect they deserved. Washington won 3 Super Bowls in 10 years behind the famous Hogs. The Cowboys won 3 of their own in the 90s as the Great Wall of Dallas paved the way for Emmitt Smith and gave Troy Aikman enough time to carve up defenses. All of this further emphasizes how championship teams are built from the inside out. Now to the guys across the line of scrimmage. As mentioned, the original D linemen were also offensive guards, centers, tackles. However, the defensive end role was manned by the tight end in the platoon days. The major difference in how the formation looked between then and now, the number of bodies up front. With very little passing 100 years ago, the D-line featured upwards of 5 guys on almost every play. Nowadays, you're used to seeing 3 or 4, often scattered in different alignments.
And now, what defenses are doing is they're moving guys all over the field to create mismatches, putting guys inside and over the center, over the guards.
In the early days of football, with more focus on defending the run, interior D linemen were responsible for establishing the push, while the lighter and faster ends raced to the ball carrier. But as the passing game became more prominent, getting to the quarterback was a major priority.
You see, defenses are now being designed with one thought in mind: stop the quarterback.
The Rams, fearsome foursome of the 60s, mastered the art of the pass rush, and star defensive end Deacon Jones coined the all-important term sack. From there, the concept of sacking the quarterback took off like wildfire. All-time great pass rushers like Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Aaron Donald have made their money off sack production. All 3 won multiple Defensive Player of the Year awards, recording at least 19 sacks in at least one of their award-winning seasons.
About my 3rd or 4th year,
everybody looked forward to doing a pass rush. You wanted to try to be the next Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White. A lot of guys started seeing that there was money in sacks, that sacks make you successful.
While DNs are responsible for setting the edge and containing the outside areas on runs, rushing the passer became the most critical aspect of this position. As the aerial attack became the focus on offense, so did the physical traits and techniques of the defenders. To succeed at the position today, you must be strong, fast, athletic, and explosive.
Takes the snap, back to pass, and they're going to get a snap, and it's Myles Garrett right away!
The technique evolved because guys started understanding that you didn't have to just run over somebody. You learned to knock a guy's hands down. They may be more talented, they may be bigger, but they're going to wear out when you're playing as hard as you can every play.
I'll kick your whole family there!
In today's game, elite pass rushing and run stuffing techniques are critical for success at the position. You can't talk about versatility without mentioning the linebacker. As one of the earliest positions in football, the role has come a long way in the last 100 years. Fielding Yost is credited with the inception of the position in the beginning of the 20th century. Centers and fullbacks mostly occupied the linebacker roles in the early days, and the aforementioned Cal Hubbard helped pioneer it at the pro level. The position took off in the 1950s with future Hall of Famers Sam Huff, Bill George, and Joe Schmidt. But perhaps the most well-known linebacker back then was Philadelphia's Chuck Bednarik, the last known full-time two-way player. There are two linebacker designations commonly used, inside and outside. Early defenses featured the 6'2" front, two inside linebackers that would chase the ball carrier from the second level of the defense. But as schemes changed to the 4-3 and 3-4 to accommodate the pass, outside linebackers were added. As offenses evolved, linebackers took on covering tight ends, running backs, and even wide receivers in addition to their run play responsibilities. While outside guys are more specialized, like pass rush extraordinaire T.J. Watt, inside linebackers are typically more versatile. An off-ball linebacker is more concerned with run stuffing and pass coverage, while on-ball guys like Lawrence Taylor are almost exclusively focused on rushing the passer.
One man cannot block Lawrence Taylor.
Son, I gotta do better than this.
When I played, we probably was a good 60-40 rush to drop in coverage. Now it's more just rush.
Taylor started a trend of the stand-up pass rushing linebacker. With his size and otherworldly athletic abilities, he was a perfect blend to show just how versatile a linebacker could be, especially since the start of the 21st century. Menacing defenders like Von Miller and Marcus Ware have been able to broaden their horizons, bringing new creativity to the table.
What an unbelievable move by DeMarcus Ware.
The linebackers and defensive ends, instead of a true traditional D lineman that's your D end, they get these linebackers, call them stand-up ends, and those guys rush up the end and get the sacks.
Over time, the average sack numbers for defensive ends and outside linebackers have evened out at about 7 per season. The overlap of these positions has led to these specialized players simply being known as edge rushers, which started with LT. As offensive philosophies advanced and became more complex to defend, linebackers were forced to become smarter, often sniffing out plays and predicting them before the snap occurred.
Hey, Thomas, boy!
Not to say guys like Bednarik and Dick Butkus didn't have to be smart to play in their day. Current linebackers like Fred Warner and Micah Parsons prepare to do the impossible week in and week out, considering the amount of responsibility they have. This is the reality of the position now, but one thing has stayed the same. They're still the heart and soul of the defense. Speaking of challenging positions, there may not be a harder one than defensive back.
Believe it! Believe it!
The introduction of the DB came when teams discovered they needed a safety valve deep behind the line of scrimmage to protect against outside runs and any that break free through the middle. Smaller, speedier players were typically placed in these roles. Early cornerbacks were typically your offensive halfbacks, while offensive fullbacks played safety. Though quarterbacks often doubled up as safeties too, like in the case of Sammy Baugh.
Defensively, just watching him play free safety, had long arms and really had great
true specialized DBs didn't come around until the late 40s and early 50s. Hall of Fame safeties Emlyn Tunnell and Jack Christensen helped pioneer the art of the defensive back, while fellow Gold Jacket member Night Train Lane
Don't get angry!
Get on, Jared.
wreaked havoc at the cornerback position, picking off an NFL single-season record 14 passes in his rookie year. As the passing game advanced, DBs became even more critical and their roles increased.
Well, all of a sudden now the passing game is starting to evolve so much. Now you're not just tackling as a defensive back, but you have to have extremely good coverage skills as well.
No longer was the primary concern containing runs, it was about adapting to the rapidly advancing passing game. Nowadays, playing cornerback requires a lot of specialization. There's a heavy focus on technique and certain traits like hip fluidity and instincts. The same is true for safeties, though that position is split into two groups. Strong safeties assume the role of run support while still providing pass coverage. Notable players over the years from that position include Ken Houston, John Lynch, Troy Polamalu, hard-hitting strong safeties with a nose for the football. Free safeties act as ball hawks, often providing coverage help for corners. With his instinctual play and high intelligence, former Raven Ed Reed established himself as arguably the greatest free safety ever.
Yeah! Get off the field!
Well before Reed made a name for himself, Ronnie Lott led the Niners to 4 Super Bowls in the 1980s. Paul Krause was the man to beat in the secondary. He still holds the NFL record with 81 career interceptions. However, the safety position changed in the late 20th century as offenses started figuring out how to stretch defenses.
You started seeing less box safeties, guys that were hard hitters and not great in coverage. Those guys were starting to become more dinosaurs, and they were going for players like Darren Woodson, who was not only a box safety, but he could also play in coverage.
Nowadays, almost all safeties are just as versatile as linebackers, but even with the help of 2 DBs as the final line of defense, the number of cornerbacks on the field during a given play has also changed. There's a nickelback or 5th DB, and sometimes even a dime back when defenses opt to send out a 6th defender in the secondary. All of this is in response to offenses using extra pass catchers on a given down.
A trend hit the NFL where you started playing against a lot of teams who have multiple receivers, and you started the game out with nickel. Having a nickel back and then you're taking one of your linebackers off the field. So in that time range, that's when the game really started to change.
Undoubtedly, the biggest change to DB operations came in 1978, limiting contact within 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. Before the rule change, players like Roger Worley, known as the original shutdown corner, dominated receivers in an era of physicality. Contemporary Mel Blount used the same style to lead the Steelers to 4 Super Bowl wins in the 70s. The rule change, commonly attributed to Blount's style of play, forced players to become more patient with their coverage and less physical. But in the new age of shutdown corners, guys like Darrell Green and Rod Woodson dominated the 80s and 90s, even with the rule restrictions. Then Champ Bailey, Darrell Revis, Richard Sherman carried on the lockdown legacy in the 21st century, displaying a new kind of excellence in a pass-heavy league. The DB has changed from an enforcer to more of a basketball-style defender, and as a result, interception numbers have dwindled. In the 1940s, each team averaged 2 picks in every game. That number has plummeted over time. By the 90s, it was just over 1 interception per game, and so far in the 2020s, the average is .79.
That thing was so stupid, bro. That was awesome, bro.
That being said, a certain level of physicality is not only encouraged, but required to play the position today. Finally, where would we be without kickers?
The kick is away and good!
A position that matters just as much as the others and often decides games. Place kicking in the early days of football was a relatively rigid practice that didn't yield much success. The traditional style of straight-on kicking, essentially toe-poking the ball forward, wasn't the most effective method. Why did they kick like this, you ask? Well, the main reason is that the NFL didn't have specialized kickers back in the day. Each team simply nominated one of their players who happened to be the best at kicking. So, star running backs like Doak Walker, Paul Horning took time in between running the football every play to kick field goals and extra points. Even punting was delegated to the player who could do it the best. Typically, quarterbacks like Sammy Baugh had that honor. It only took 4 decades of pro football for a soccer player to show up and change everything. As a teenager, Hungarian-born Pete Gogolak moved to the U.S. with his family and eventually played college football at Cornell. He kicked his way to the AFL as a member of the Bills, and later the Giants of the NFL. Gogolak's kicking style is precisely what you see in today's game, an angled approach that culminates in kicking the ball with your instep, much like a soccer player would. This method finally led to the specialization of the kicker position. NFL kickers got so accurate, even far away, that some started kicking barefoot. Like most fads, barefoot kicking came and went, but let's illustrate how the accuracy has changed over the years. Take a look at how field goal percentage has increased since the mid-1900s. During the toe-poking days, a field goal was barely a 50-50 shot. Nowadays, with so much specialization at the position, it's becoming more automatic than ever.
Good! And it's good! Oh my goodness! It's good! 58 yards, Will Lutz with the game winner!
Get this, from 2020 to 2023, there were more 50-yard field goals made than in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s combined. Yet, without the revolution started by Gogolak, kicking may not have survived as part of professional football. At the beginning of this episode, we touched on player salaries with the stories of Red Grange and other pro stars, but now let's look at how contract numbers have evolved over the years, from guys earning a few $1,000s per season to the $500 million contracts you see today.
What did it? How do you get paid?
Let's start with Grange's one-of-a-kind contract in 1925, in which he earned around $150,000 for the season.
I made a few bucks and had fun playing a favorite game.
Players with less clout than Grange only made a couple $100 a game. In the 30s, the average NFL player's salary was a few $1,000s. For elite players like Sammy Baugh, $8,000 a year was more appropriate. But that wasn't the case for early draft picks. Jay Berwanger, the first ever #1 selection in 1936, was offered $150 per game. He turned it down to sell rubber. Even with the maturation of the league, the 1940s didn't differ much in terms of salary, with high-end players making close to $10,000 a year. They were still fighting for more pay in the 50s, with most guys making less than $6,000 a year, but for worthy players, salaries began to get a healthy boost. Y.A. Tittle played for the 49ers in 1951 on a $13,500 deal, while superstar quarterback Johnny Unitas was earning a salary of $17,500. In 1955, Cleveland's Otto Graham signed a $25,000 contract, becoming the highest paid player in the league. Life for NFL athletes changed dramatically in the 60s as salaries skyrocketed thanks to a competing league. In 1964, Jim Brown was making $50,000, the largest number in the game at that time. With the addition of the AFL to the mix, bidding wars began working in players' favor. Joe Namath's 1965 rookie deal with the Jets was $427,000 over 4 years.
To my knowledge, it's the largest amount ever given to an athlete for professional services. And I think we're very happy to do it.
The NFLPA signed its first collective bargaining agreement with the league heading into the 1970s. The average NFL salary was around $36,000, including bonuses. Later that decade, the average jumped up to $62,000. Some of the bigger contracts of that era included Dick Butkus's 5-year, $575,000 deal in 1973. Not to be outdone by Broadway Joe, who earned a 2-year, $900,000 contract in 75. The 80s ushered in the modern age of money spending in the NFL. Dollar figures reached the millions, and the minimum salaries got considerable boosts thanks to 2 player strikes in a 5-year span. In 1984, Joe Montana signed a 6-year, $6 million contract. Fellow star quarterback Jim Kelly earned a deal in the same range in 1986.
Deion's going to take this to new heights. Take number 21 to new heights.
Things took a major turn in the 1990s with the introduction of modern free agency in 1993, then the salary cap in 1994. For the first time, players weren't bound to one team forever. In defensive end, Reggie White became the first big-name free agent signing in 93, inking a 4-year, $17 million deal with the Packers.
With the direction the team is going, I think that they have a total commitment to winning.
The salary cap required teams to keep their player payroll under the league mandated number every season. Team spending now needed to be more thought out, creating another level of complexity to the game of football. But the salary cap as a whole brought a level playing field. As a result, small market teams like Jacksonville and Carolina could compete with the Cowboys and 49ers. During the 90s, stars like Dan Marino, Troy Aikman, Deion Sanders, Brett Favre signed multi-year deals ranging from as low as $25 million to as high as $86 million. Undrafted free agents' salaries in the 90s were around the same as the average player's salary at the end of the 70s.
When I was playing a giant contract, $5 million over 5 years, that would have been huge.
My first contract, my rookie year, was huge, $50,000. Then my second year, I got a bonus, went to 55.
The average salary grew to $484,000 in the 2000s, and contracts in the tens of millions of dollars were commonplace.
I thought that $1 million would be the problem solver of everything in the world. When you're a kid, and especially being a young black kid, I always thought $1 million came without a limit. I thought $1 million were like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I thought I was going to be rich forever.
Star quarterbacks Donovan McNabb, Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and Michael Vick were all making between $15 and $35 million a year. The Patriots signed Drew Bledsoe to a 10-year, $103 million contract at the beginning of the decade. Of course, as we all know now, New England would have a new franchise quarterback just a year into that massive deal. In the 2010s, top players commanded between $20 and $30 million per season. Quarterbacks Eli Manning, Joe Flacco, Carson Palmer, Russell Wilson all cashed in on some serious paydays. Free agent signings began to boom that decade. Washington fans will surely remember their $100 million deal with defensive tackle Albert Haynesworth in 2009.
Albert Haynesworth becomes the first ever $100 million defensive player in the history of the NFL.
He was out of the league 2 years later. 2010 first overall pick Sam Bradford signed the largest rookie contract in history at $78 million over 6 years. It was the last of its kind, though, as the rookie wage scale decreased a year later. 2011 first overall pick Cam Newton, for example, earned just $22 million over 4 years of his rookie deal. That brings us to the 2020s, where $500 million contracts are possible.
The Chiefs announcing today that they signed Patrick Mahomes to a 10-year contract extension that'll keep him with the team until 2031. The deal is worth up to $503 million.
Patrick Mahomes' 10-year deal in 2020 ushered in a new age of contracts. Across the NFL, NBA, and MLB, these mega signings became the norm. Even undrafted free agents are living large. That $55,000 base salary that John Randall had when he entered the league in the 90s skyrocketed to $750,000 in 2023. Brock Purdy, the final pick of the 2022 draft, makes $870,000 a year under his rookie deal, a number that comes close to Joe Namath's then massive contract from 1975. It's crazy to think how far we've come. While the game is ever-changing, it takes a once-in-a-generation player to truly alter the sport's nature.
I'm a rock star!
Without these transcendent icons of the game, the NFL wouldn't be what it is today. Plenty of athletes have shifted the course of history, whether through their superhuman abilities, tangible impact on the league, or simply sublime star power. It's time to show some love to the game changers.
Gets past the first wave, and here he goes! Oh, Polamalu! Look at him dart back.
Oikos is packed with complete protein to help build strong muscles.
Why would I use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Oh! He broke his ankles! Roll, handoff, bang! Throws is lowered in the backfield.
A diving catch! What a catch!
Setting a new athletic standard on the gridiron isn't something you see every day, and when it comes to electrifying QB highlights, one guy comes to mind, perhaps more so than the rest.
Vic on 2nd and 8, off the play fake, has some running room, inside the 30, inside the 20, Vic into the end zone, Falcons win in overtime.
How about a freak of nature wide receiver?
They call me the freak, man.
Who undoubtedly changed how defenses configure their secondary.
Randy Moss. He was killing everybody. He was mossing guys. He was out there jumping over people, running past people. Dude still went out every day, gave it his all, played his heart out.
Game changers come in all shapes and sizes. Here's Lane Johnson on a certain linebacker who redefined the metrics of the position.
Long Miller, constantly get double teamed, triple teamed. He was just so elusive. He looked like a matador out there. Guys were whiffing on him, and he just made it look so effortless.
How can you not change the game with a nickname like Primetime?
It's picked off by Deion Sanders.
He was one of the first guys that started identifying wide receivers, their splits, the science behind what he was doing, and then matching that up with the tape, and then matching up with what's the down and distant, what's your body language.
It's an iconic picture. You can see my uniform laid out. But if you zoom in, it's a little video recorded in my lap. And I'm watching film right up until kickoff.
He was able to take playing corner and playing man-to-man to a new level.
For a while, he was the NFL's all-time leading tackler, a 20-year vet at the linebacker position. Sounds absurd to say, but that's why he was one of the all-time greats.
You say, he was a beast. I mean, when they have to game plan for a particular guy on the other side of the ball, you know he's a game changer. And Julius Sayar was that guy.
A member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024, this middle linebacker started turning heads from the very first snap of his NFL career.
When I think about Patrick Willis, I've seen him run down a wide receiver. But he was one of the first linebackers I saw who was speedy, at a lighter weight, barely tipping the scale at 230, running a 4.3. And he's dropping 320-pound plus offensive linemen and making plays.
This three-position player pioneered the game in more ways than one.
Sammy was a league leading passer, a league leading punter, and a league leading interceptor. So to have all those guys on your fantasy football team, just having one player, that would really be the trifecta.
They say he's the greatest defensive player ever. LT revolutionized the way defenses rush the passer. As the first stand-up edge rusher at the outside linebacker position, Taylor's success in getting to the quarterback changed how offenses schemed their protection plans.
You can run, but you can't hide. Lawrence Taylor from behind.
We mentioned Randall Cunningham earlier, but he belongs here as well. A rare athlete who paved the way for so many to come.
Man, I keep beating this guy, and Randall still runs out around. I don't understand it.
He was one of one, possessing elite athletic traits that made him a truly special player.
When God created Barry Sanders, even he didn't know what he made.
You don't necessarily have to be a ridiculous athlete to make a lasting impact on the game. This group of players changed the game through their play and the success that came with it. No one had more impact on the passing game than the NFL's first ever quarterback.
Benny Friedman was pro football's first passer, period.
The aforementioned Pete Gogolak deserves a spot on our list of game changers. Without him, the quality of kicking wouldn't be where it is today.
He was ahead of his time. He said, well, let's try to kick it from the side instead of straight on.
Changing to the soccer style. It did all these things to make the kicking profession much better.
This next player literally changed the game, forcing the NFL to institute a rule that prevented his style of play going forward.
We played back in the day where we had no rules, so Melvin just knocked the receivers around all over the place. So the competition committee comes together and say, you know what? We can't have DBs like this knock our receivers around because they can't get down the field. So they got the 5-yard chuck rule, so thank you, Melvin.
He coined the quarterback sack and was one of the most physically imposing talents the NFL ever saw.
Every time the Deacon pillaged the pass pocket, he made the term's meaning painfully clear.
You can't be called called the GOAT without doing something to change the game.
Tom Brady, Super Bowl champion for the 7th time.
But before Brady, there was Joe Montana. Joe Cool and the Niners redefined what it meant to be a winner.
Just complete control of the offense, precision, and the clinic.
Dan Marino not only changed how the quarterback position was played, but he also jump-started the passing revolution that began to take over the league. In his record-breaking 1984 campaign, Marino became the first quarterback to throw for 5,000 yards in a season and set the single-season passing TD mark at 48, a number that wouldn't be topped until the early 2000s.
Marino throws, touchdown!
Sporting a ridiculous resume of accolades and records that may never be broken, Jerry Rice could be considered the game changer of all game changers.
Jerry Rice stands all alone as number 1 in pro football history in touchdown reception.
Once I put that uniform on, it was almost like I was Superman.
Speaking of feats that may never be matched, Emmitt Smith racked up 18,355 career rushing yards. That number isn't likely to be topped in today's pass-centric game.
Handoff, Smith at left guard, 35. That should do it. Emmitt Smith has eclipsed Walter Payton as the NFL's all-time rushing leader.
Of course, we won't forget the group known as the Forgotten Four. These legends contributed to breaking down pro football's color barrier in 1946. Without the efforts of Kenny Washington, Woody Strode, Marion Motley, and Bill Willis, the league wouldn't be where it is today.
Branch Rickey once told Marion Motley, he said, had I not had the experience of seeing you and Bill Willis play in a contact sport without incident, I might not have had the courage to bring Jackie Robinson up into the majors.
Success on the gridiron comes with notoriety, especially when you play a valued position, or if you're a two-sport star like Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, but not every successful player has what it takes to be a mainstream icon. You've got to possess a specific kind of swagger, and surely you can't be camera shy.
I call the president. President, we need a National Guard. We need as many men as you can spare because we are killing the Patriots.
Media appearances, TV gigs, sponsorships, the weight of an entire city on your shoulders. This is the life of the league's most popular players. From Grange to Mahomes, all serve the same purpose, getting fans in the stands.
Complete capacity crowd.
The NFL's first superstar set the standard for notoriety when it comes to pro football players, Red Grange, who also appeared in silent films in the 1920s. They called this next game changer the Golden Boy for a reason.
Paul Hornung led the league in scoring, despite the fact that he was recalled to Army duty in mid-season and missed 2 games.
Jim Brown made a name for himself in more than just playing football. Hall of Fame running back Joe Perry was the first black player to be named MVP by a national publication. He was so popular that he was tasked with hosting his own talk radio show in the 1950s. In a world full of player podcasts nowadays, Perry might have been actually the first to do it all those years ago. Perry's teammate in San Francisco moonlighted as a pro wrestling star in the offseason. Offensive tackle Leo Nomalini competed in the National Wrestling Alliance in the 1950s. Not exactly a surprise to hear he had game-changing strength and charisma. Bears legend Bronco Nagurski also took his talents to the squared circle. In the 1930s, Nagurski built a second career as a championship pro wrestler, drawing attention across the nation. Giants Hall of Fame linebacker Sam Huff was equal parts football player and icon. As the first NFL player to be featured on the cover of Time magazine, Huff was the figurehead of his generation. And how could you forget Mean Joe Green's iconic Coca-Cola ad from 1979?
It's okay, you can have it.
We were there, for 2 days.
But all you had to say was, here, catch.
Hey, kid.
No player had more admirers across the country at the time than Johnny U. His performance in the 1958 NFL Championship game helped put the NFL on the map. If you thought Johnny Unitas was a megastar, well, Joe Willie eventually blew him out of the water.
I was styling. I was a part of the time, man.
Throughout his career, there wasn't anyone cooler than Broadway Joe. He was an instant icon with the looks, personality, and skills to match. Namath's general aura unintentionally created the prototype for the NFL superstar. Like Perry, he hosted his own talk show while still being an active player.
There's nothing that I could tell you, I think, that would help you.
The rise of quarterbacks in the 60s as the face of franchises and cities influenced how we perceive the stars of today. Think of all the players who took on acting gigs during their spare time away from football. Namath, Bradshaw, Marino, Montana, Brady, Manning, the list goes on and on. Or take a player like Travis Kelce, for instance. Once the subject of a reality dating show, he followed that by making headlines with his superstar girlfriend, Taylor Swift.
That was the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
It all goes to show you're not just a player anymore, you're a promoter, a media personality, and a figurehead for millions. This brings us to our current game changer, quarterback Patrick Mahomes, the modern face of the league. As he continues the legacy that these players started, he's redefined the quarterback position and what it means to be a game changer in today's NFL. Two of the NFL's first pioneers, George Halas and Curly Lambeau, had uniquely versatile roles you wouldn't see in today's game. The idea of a player-coach seems foreign in the 2020s, yet in the 1920s it was pretty common. In Halas's case, he was not only a player-coach, but a scout, press agent, fundraiser, and owner. For Lambeau, he assumed the role of play caller on the field, incorporating the forward pass by making it his basic offense, a rather maverick move back then. With player coaches extinct today, plenty of former NFL stars have hung up their cleats in exchange for a whistle. If you look at coaching staffs around the league, you'll spot many former players. As far as head coaches go, there are currently 9 guys who used to play in the league. Legends like Mike Ditka and Tony Dungy have won Super Bowls both as players and as coaches. But post-career jobs aren't just limited to coaching. The front office is also a prominent space for former players. Hall of Famers Ozzie Newsome and John Lynch transitioned nicely into GM roles, carving out successful careers building rosters. Extending past the front office, former players have been involved in the league's business operations. Take Troy Vincent, the executive vice president of football operations for the NFL since 2014. What about refs? In 2024, Terry Killens became the first person to play in and officiate a Super Bowl. For some, it's off to team building or league building. For others, the broadcast booth is next. Legends like Pat Summerall, Frank Gifford, Don Meredith, Chris Collinsworth, and Tony Romo made impactful second careers out of color commentary.
You had the end cut. He was open. Tom's like,
You come to America. New rules. New school. No fighting.
You can't step to guys like him. He wins the 5 boroughs every year.
It's the biggest tournament in the city.
Tournament starting in 10 days. Time to train.
I want Lee to learn Miyagi karate.
2 branches, 1 tree. How do I look?
Ready. Karate Kid Legends, exclusively in theaters May 30th.
I know he was open. I know it.
Broadcasting has provided former players a way to stay a part of the game for quite some time now, and it's not just limited to TV. The NFL radio scene is littered with former players in color commentary roles.
He's gonna go! He is gonna go! Touchdown, Seahawks! The beast is alive and well!
Of course, nowadays, players don't have to wait until they're done playing to integrate themselves into the media world. Just take a look at the Kelsey brothers. Jason and Travis put on a weekly podcast that garners millions of listeners. Other media-savvy stars such as Micah Parsons, Marlon Humphrey, and Fred Warner also have their own podcasts. The ability to be a part of the sports media industry while still being a player blurs the lines between the two sides. The idea that players openly discuss storylines, opinions, and gossip through public forums while still being a part of the actual game is unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Everybody you say, no disrespect to great defensive backs, all great, but they can't go my guys. I'm not on this play.
The increasing prominence of social media has helped players voice their opinions whenever and wherever they want. News and personal opinions now travel faster than they ever have before. This is what being a pro athlete is like in today's landscape, always in the public eye for better or worse. Thick skin is a must.
Flacco fever is also something Aaron Rodgers isn't vaccinated against.
The NFL player has evolved tremendously since the league's dawn in 1920. His look, performance, and off-the-field responsibilities have all changed, and these traits will continue to adapt as time goes on. This ever-changing environment begs the question, what will a player look like 100 years from now?
I just think the game's going to keep getting leaner and quicker. You just keep seeing freak athletes like the DK Metcalfs of the world.
How will positions change?
I think we'll start seeing more athletic offensive linemen and defensive linemen.
What kinds of skills will be essential to have?
Speed is utilized because it's now an offensive game.
Speed became something that they look for within the running backs, especially to hit that home run threat.
Will every player be moonlighting as a podcast host by then? We'll have to wait and see. Spinning the evolution of a player forward, the international aspect of the NFL is growing rapidly, with games now being held in England, Germany, Spain, Mexico, and Brazil. The league's global reach can't be denied. And since 2017, the NFL's International Player Pathway program has provided foreign-born players the chance to make it onto a roster. The highly selective program assigns these international athletes to an NFL team, which they join during training camp. Australian-born offensive tackle Jordan Mailata has made most of that opportunity with the Eagles. There's even a cohort of Australian punters who have brought their talents to America using their Aussie rules football background. These players have followed in the footsteps of NFL legends like Christian Okoye, Osi Umenyiora, and Steve Van Buren, who headlines the list of 9 internationally born players in the Hall of Fame. Just goes to show, no matter where you grow up, football can be an attainable dream. Above all, players and fans alike just want the game to continue being fun.
Are you not entertained?
Isn't that why we're all interested in the first place?
So that's it. The latest refinements in the game of football.
Trying to get to the playoffs. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Today we bring you a list that no team wants to be on, the worst in-season collapses in NFL history. From injuries to bad luck,
A season is now in action.
to downright poor performance, we'll dive into how these snake-bitten teams fell apart after looking like Super Bowl contenders at some point in the season.
Hey, they done gave us too many chances to not cash in, man.
We begin with a more recent collapse, the 2023 Eagles, with a 10-1 start. All was well in the city of brotherly love, that is, until the calendar hit December.
Man to beat, he's gonna beat him. Touchdown 49ers.
And he waves goodbye to the fans in Philly.
Philly lost 5 of its last 6 games and went from the top seed in the NFC to a wild card team. Tensions between head coach Nick Sirianni and QB Jalen Hurts over the direction of the offense didn't help. They scored around 7 fewer points per game after the bye, including the playoffs.
Hurts is set. Pretty good start for this Eagles offense.
Defensive coordinator Sean Desai was demoted, yet this unit still failed, allowing over 140 rushing yards per game over their last 9, including the playoffs. This team was only giving up 66 yards in that category before that. That leads us to Philly's playoff embarrassment. Only 1 year removed from a Super Bowl appearance, not many expected this team to cave in. Imagine starting 11-0 and then losing 5 out of your last 6, including a playoff game to a division rival that hadn't won one in 26 years.
4 interceptions thrown by Roethlisberger tonight.
Pittsburgh had a -8 turnover differential over their last 6 games, including that playoff matchup, after boasting a +12 margin in their first 11.
Back the other way from Buffalo.
7 of their 10 wins came against teams who finished with losing records in 2020. The Steelers fittingly suffered their first loss of the year to the eventual 7-9 Washington football team.
Tip in the air, and it's intercepted by Washington.
They averaged a measly 52 yards on the ground over their last 5 games. To make matters worse, the defense gave up nearly 29 points per game in their last 6, up from 17 in their first 11 matchups. Classic example of peaking too early. Mike Tice's 2003 Vikings had Dante Culpepper, Randy Moss, and the #1 total offense in the NFL, yet they tragically collapsed after a 6-0 start.
I don't want to rehash with last time we go back to it. So come up with something better. Or else I'm walking out.
Minnesota significantly outscored and outgained their opponents, but couldn't get out of their own way. The Vikes held a +13 turnover differential during their undefeated start, then fell to -2 over their last 10 games. The Vikings went 3-7 to close out the year as the offense scored nearly a touchdown less a game, while the defense gave up more than 7 points per week. Tice's squad lost to 4 teams that finished 4-12 in 2003. That loss knocked Minnesota out of the playoff race, ending their season at 9-7. I bet you didn't think a Detroit Lions team from the 2000s was good enough in the first place to be capable of collapsing. Rod Marinelli's 2007 Lions were 6-2 through 9 weeks. So what happened in the final 8 games? Add insult to injury, the Lions recorded an abysmal -18 rushing yards in that Week 10 loss. Detroit lost 7 of their final 8 games, limping to a 7-9 record. The Lions accounted for a -9 turnover differential in the back half of the year. The massive drop-off was due largely to Detroit's putrid defense. They allowed the most points in the league in 2007. John Kitna's arm didn't help much either. His 20 picks were tied for most in the NFL. The Lions gave up over 32 points per game in their final 8 contests. The skid foreshadowed a group that became the first 0-16 team the following season. The Jets' 2000 campaign began with Bill Belichick immediately resigning as head coach.
I've decided to resign as the head coach of the New York Jets.
Was it a season doomed from the jump? Not so fast. Al Groh took over and started 6-1, punctuated by this epic comeback.
How did he catch that one?
I think as usual, the Jets are going to come from behind. You will see. It's going to give them some serious trouble now.
Fake to Martin, then a dump, and it is juggled and caught by Jumbo Alien from 40 yards. Snap, pick away, Jets win.
These Jets won 4 of their first 6 games by 4 points or fewer, but what goes around comes around. They dropped their next 3 by 1 score each.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide, planning for her next trip. With experiences like street food tours and sunset cruises, start planning with Get Your Guide and look forward to it.
Each, but New York rebounded, and by week 15, they were looking good at 9-4. Then the wheels fell off.
The Jets trying to tie it. It's no good. It's no good.
That week 16 heartbreaker was followed by a game in which the Jets outgained the Ravens 524 to 142, but lost by 2 touchdowns. What in the world happened?
The guy has been there, done that. He's seen it all. Jermaine. This is Jermaine. He's going all the way. Touchdown. On the punt is Tupa again. High kick. Lewis from the 10. Oh, some big blocks, and here's Lewis. He's going to go all the way again.
New York's playoff hopes were dashed with 6 turnovers and a special teams nightmare. Groh couldn't handle another year after that, taking a job with the University of Virginia after the season. Andy Reid's first year in Kansas City started swimmingly with 9 straight wins. However, they only beat one team during the winning streak that finished the season above 500. Come week 11, they were sent back down to earth by the high-powered Broncos.
Throwing a slant caught. Julius Thomas with a touchdown.
The Chiefs went 2-6 in their final 8 games, including the playoffs. Turnovers and defense were the main factors. KC allowed 12.3 points per game before the bye. It turned to nearly 30 points per game after. They fittingly blew a 28-point lead to the Colts in the wild card round, rounding out a brutal late-season collapse.
Steps up. Long look, and he's got Penalty for the touchdown. Smith has a man down the far sidelines. Dwayne Bowe, and he was out. It all went wrong for Andy Reid. Such a kick to the stomach.
Somebody got to go home today. It ain't gonna be the Cowboys.
The Cowboys' downfall in 2008 was more about what happened the year prior. Dallas was coming off their best season in 15 years, finishing with a 13-3 record.
Fakes the handoff. Witten, touchdown Dallas. 12-1 as they wrapped up the division.
Expectations in 2008 were sky high, but Wade Phillips' crew fell flat, finishing 9-7 and missing the playoffs a year after being the NFC's 1 seed. The Cowboys lost 3 out of 4 between weeks 4 and 7, then did the same thing in the final 4 games of the year.
Knocked out of the hand by Dawkins. Fumble by Romo. Down the field. Clemens. A stiff arm and a touchdown.
They scored under 25 points in all 7 losses, including 4 games where they couldn't put up more than 15. That won't get the job done. Owens was blindsided by his release after the tumultuous season. The reality was that 6 of Dallas's 9 wins were against teams that finished 500 or worse. Former NFL head coach Jeff Fisher famously finished many seasons with 8-8 records. In his second full year at the helm in Houston, he notched his first ever 500 campaign. The Oilers started the season 5-2. They boasted a top 10 offense, and the defense was ranked second against the run. Then they lost 6 out of their last 9. So what gives? Well, they didn't score more than 20 points in any of their losses that season. Houston just couldn't beat good teams. 7 of their 8 losses were to teams that finished 500 or better, but Fisher's team figured it out along the way as they would make a Super Bowl appearance 3 years later. Not having a 2-time MVP on the field makes a difference. It's no wonder the Ravens went 1-4 in games that Lamar Jackson missed in 2021. Baltimore started the year 8-3, then lost their last 6 to finish 8-9. But the losing streak started while Jackson was still playing.
Game hinges on one play. Andrews can't get to it.
The bold move didn't pay off for head coach John Harbaugh, and narrow defeats doomed this squad. 5 of Baltimore's losses were by 3 points or fewer.
This is broken up, and the Packers lead by 1.
It was a peculiar season for the Ravens. Their defense was first against the run, but last against the pass. They couldn't really generate takeaways, resulting in a -11 turnover differential. Even Jackson had something to do with that, throwing 13 picks in 12 games. Baltimore finished 1-5 in the division. That wouldn't cut it in the tough AFC North. Old Broncos teammates Jay Cutler and Brandon Marshall reunited in Chicago in 2012. Alongside a top 5 defense, they helped the Bears start 7-1, but that was the end of the fun. Chicago lost 5 of their last 8 games to finish 10-6, missing the playoffs. It was pretty simple. They just couldn't beat good teams. The Bears capitalized on the weak opponents, winning 7 games against teams that finished with losing records. But Chicago failed to score more than 17 points in each of their losses, all to teams that finished above 500. Opponents gashed the Bears for over 100 rushing yards in 8 of their last 10 games. The offense couldn't hold its own either, failing to reach 200 total yards in 3 losses. As a result, Chicago would revamp their coaching staff after the
Bears went 10-6, but they still fired Lovie Smith Monday after 9 seasons.
Not so fun fact, Mike Tice and Rod Marinelli, Chicago's offensive and defensive coordinators that year, were coincidentally two architects of in-season collapses we previously mentioned. A year removed from winning the AFC West, the Raiders had high hopes for 1986, so it was a total shock when they dropped the season's first 3 games.
The Raiders, uncharacteristic, are all alone in the AFC West cellar.
Albeit to some of the NFL's best teams. Tom Flores then turned to quarterback Jim Plunkett in what would be the Vets' final season.
I think people looked at Jim Plunkett as a savior once again.
Even Plunkett couldn't save the Raiders. He finished the season with a 3-5 record, while Mark Wilson went 5-3. Yet both QBs helped Los Angeles reach 8-4 after the 0-3 start. Then came the haunting finish.
Picked up by Waters of Philadelphia. Andre Waters. There's nobody close to him.
An equally frustrating Chiefs loss, followed by the Eagles' defeat 2 weeks later.
First carry of the game, Marcus Allen fumbles.
It tells you right there that even if the star player is folding under pressure, then the entire team is going to collapse with it.
Marcus Allen fumbled on 2 of his first 3 touches as the Raiders committed 7 turnovers. They finished with 49, tied for the most in the league that season. A year after the Jaguars started 2-6 and then made the playoffs, Doug Peterson's squad did the opposite. A 1-5 finish squandered their 8-3 start. A few things contributed to Jacksonville's downfall. Quarterback Trevor Lawrence suffered an ankle injury in Week 13 and wasn't the same.
Ball came out and Lawrence is grabbing at his leg. And he is in serious pain.
That game, Jacksonville also lost receiver Christian Kirk for the year. Turnovers were a major problem, too. The Jags had 10 in a 3-week stretch. Lawrence threw 10 of his 14 interceptions in the final 9 weeks, as the Jaguars' receivers struggled with drops all season. Still, with a shot to win the division in Week 18, all Jacksonville had to do was beat the 5-11 Titans.
4th and 2. Lawrence to the air. Incomplete over the head of Ingram. Tennessee will take over in Jacksonville. Cannot stop the clock. Their season is over.
Pete Carroll finished his Patriots tenure with a mid-season downfall. The Pats started 6-2 but finished 8-8, while the defense was a top 10 unit. Quarterback Drew Bledsoe threw more interceptions than touchdowns.
Drew Bledsoe's first interception since Week 1. That was telegraphed.
He was sacked 55 times that season, by far the most in his career up to that point. Bledsoe threw 17 of his 21 picks in the second half of the year, while the offense failed to score more than 20 points in any of their last 8 games. 5 turnovers in a Week 11 loss to Miami, and 7 against Philly in Week 15 buried New England.
Bledsoe has thrown 4 interceptions today. The Patriots turned the ball over 7 times. The Patriots have come up with their worst performance in years.
Passing fell from nearly 271 yards a game to just under 184. Points per game dropped from 24 before the bye to 14 afterward, and as a result, Carroll was fired.
And the Eagles are humiliating the 49ers.
Even more.
With Galvani Ricotta, you got a breakfast, you got a dinner, you got a dessert, you got a taste of Dolce Vita. You got a ricotta with Galvani, Italy's #1 cheese brand.
More impressively, they did this without Reggie White, who left in free agency before the season. Rich Kotite's team started 7-2, then lost 7 straight games.
Jeffrey Lurie is first year owning the team, and he has a head coach who starts 7-2, hiding for new money, new contract.
And Lori basically said, we're not going to talk any contracts for any coaches at that time. At that point, the coaches all knew that they were getting fired.
And then all of a sudden, instead of being Vince Lombardi, Rich Kotite turns back into Rich Kotite.
Randall was flirting with danger. At that time, it all collapsed.
I thought Rich got a bad rap. You know, we lost a lot of good players. Lose Reggie White to free agency. I mean, that's the heart and soul of the team.
Let's go, D! Come on, Reggie!
Richie's a good guy.
but he just couldn't get through his players.
A season in which the Eagles were 7-2 is now in ashes.
Quarterback Randall Cunningham had 3 total touchdowns and 5 picks in his last 5 starts. Kotite benched him for Bubby Brister, who laid an egg in their final 2 games.
Brister fakes the Walker. He's rolling. He's looking. He is floating it downfield, and it is intercepted by the Giants at the 45-yard line. And this one is high and not overly deep. It's taken by Sider at the 13. Sider is feet at the 35. He fumbles the football, and I think the Giants have it. Oh, boy. A crushing defeat at the hands of the New York Giants.
Philly's scoring output dropped from over 23 points a game in their first 9 to 14 in their last 7. The defense allowed over 100 rushing yards 6 times during their losing streak. The Super Bowl champion Bucks lost 4 games in 2002, 2 of which were to the Saints.
8 yards deep in his end zone. Punts it away. Saints have pressure. They got him in the end zone. They got him. He throws it into the arms of a Saint for a touchdown. One of the most thrilling victories in this team's history.
By week 15, Jim Haslett's team looked like a playoff lock at 9-4. Then they saw a win slip through their grasp against Minnesota.
Another shot in the end zone. Double coverage, and Randy Moss comes down with it. And the Minnesota Vikings are going for 2. 5 seconds left. Drops the ball, picks it up. He's going to go in for it, and he will make it.
Then came an inexplicable loss to the 1-13 Bengals.
Brooks.
Incomplete.
Now, with a 3rd shot to get to the postseason, how would New Orleans perform in the 2002 finale?
The blitz coming. Brooks rolls away and throws, and it's intercepted. Terry Cousin did it again. And the New Orleans Saints are done.
Oh, by the way, the Vikings, Bengals, and Panthers were combined 15-33 in 2002. You hate to see it. In 2021, Cliff Kingsbury and the Cards engineered a fantastic 7-0 start, scoring 30 or more points in 6 of their first 7 games. But the magic ended with a stunner in Week 8.
High snap again. End zone and picked off. Intercepted by Rasul Douglas. And the Packers are going to win it.
Arizona bounced back over their next 3 games, with Colt McCoy starting in place of an injured Kyler Murray. At 10-2, Arizona was very much in play for the NFC's #1 seed. Then came a 3-game losing skid, highlighted by a puzzling blowout loss to a Lions team that finished with 3 wins.
Jared Goff. Lines up. Touchdown, Detroit. Josh Reynolds.
In their 7 losses, the Cardinals averaged less than 18 points a game, while the defense gave up over 30. Still, with a shot to win the NFC West in Week 18, Arizona was gashed by the 7-win Seahawks.
And he has the hole. And he breaks free. Rashawn Penny. What a house call.
Arizona's late-season slump was capped by a demoralizing loss to the eventual Super Bowl champs in the wild card round.
Max pressure is picked up. Caught. Did he get rid of it? It's intercepted. Into the end zone for the touchdown.
Denver's 2009 downfall was especially painful, since the year before they lost their last 3 games and missed the playoffs, resulting in Mike Shanahan's firing. Denver started the year 6-0, sparked by a miracle win in Week 1.
Gordon bumps again to the sideline. Batted off. Oh, God! Stokely down the sideline. Can they catch him? Stokely! Wow! Touchdown! Denver! Unbelievable!
Then head coach Josh McDaniels nabbed a massive victory over his mentor, Bill Belichick.
When he ran around after he beat the Patriots like they just won the Super Bowl, I think everybody went, whoa, guys, that's a little bit much.
Josh McDaniels is showing his emotion right now.
But the losses added up quickly as Denver dropped 8 out of their last 10 games. From weeks 8 through 11, the Broncos averaged just 9 points per game, while the defense allowed nearly 30. Hard to imagine with Champ Bailey, Brian Dawkins, and Elvis Dumerville on the roster. Still very much alive in the playoff chase, Denver lost to the Jamarcus Russell-led Raiders in Week 15.
Here's a snap. Russell
Underneath, caught, touchdown Raiders! And Oakland ties the game at 19.
Their poor defense was the nail in the coffin, allowing over 300 yards on the ground in Week 17.
Here's Jamal Charles weaving his way in open fields, and he can fly.
When this one's said and done, Charles is going to have huge yards. 25 carries for 259 yards. You can do the math. That's 10 yards per carry.
Linebacker Jack Pardee played 15 years in the NFL and had the tall task of replacing George Allen as Washington's head coach.
A long ways to go, but here's George Allen.
Defense, hold them, offense, field position to begin with.
This was Joe Theismann's first season as the full-time starting quarterback at age 29.
It was the opportunity I had been looking for. I returned punts my first 2 years. The last two, I sat 76 and 77. And in 78, Jack Pardee gave me the opportunity to be the starting quarterback, and things started out really well for us.
Theismann threw 10 of his 13 touchdowns in the first 6 weeks, leading Washington to a 6-0 start. Then they lost 8 of their final 10 games. The offense sputtered, averaging just over 14 points a game in the last 10 weeks of the season. Their turnover margin plummeted, and their defense was bottom 5 against the run. But the head coach's abilities might have proved to be the most costly.
Jack was a player, and the players related to him as a player, not as a head coach. And a lot of the players took advantage of that.
The last year of Tampa Bay's John Gruden era ended with him preventing defensive coordinator Monty Kiffin from publicly announcing that he would join his son at the University of Tennessee after the season. Maybe Kiffin was clairvoyant. Sitting at 9-3 with just 4 weeks left, the defense completely fell apart. Tampa allowed 299 rushing yards in a Monday night loss to Carolina.
The outside has the edge. DeAngelo Julio's. What a drive by the Panthers.
Then 175 rushing yards in another crucial division game against Atlanta.
Michael Turner, and Turner inside the 10-yard line. Elam for the win. Snap, spot, kick is away. Right down the chute.
The Bucs proceeded to lose the season's last 4 games and missed the playoffs.
Push, good block by Cordell Green. He got by Carlos. There he goes. Look at this run. Chased by Berger. Chased by Buchanan. And he is in for the touchdown.
In their last 4 matchups, Tampa allowed nearly 31 points a game, a bitter end to Kiffin's legendary tenure. The 2022 Titans started 7-3, and Lord knows where this offense would be without Derrick Henry's 1,500-yard season.
And hands it to Henry. Blockers ahead. Derrick Henry still going. Breaks free. Henry at the 10. 5. Touchdown.
The rest of the offense was nowhere to be found, but Tennessee's defense was elite all year, surrendering the fewest rushing yards in the NFL. Then came the collapse. Tennessee lost their last 7 games, failing to score more than 20 points in 6 of those matchups.
Tannehill intercepted. Winter picked it off. Willis looking left. Throws. Intercepted.
The season was capped by a loss to the once 2-6 Jaguars in a de facto AFC South championship.
Dobbs is hit from behind. The ball's out. They're calling this a fumble at the moment. And a return by Allen for the touchdown. Jenkins hit Dobbs. And it's a touchdown.
That was Josh Dobbs filling in for an injured Ryan Tannehill. Tennessee lost 6 of their last 7 games to playoff teams, and all 7 of their wins came against teams that finished 500 or worse. It's tough to sustain success when you lose Adrian Peterson for the season.
And there he was, putting no weight at all on that right leg.
Nevertheless, the 2016 Vikings began the year 5-0 thanks to a top 6 defense constructed by Mike Zimmer. And through the first 5 weeks, they recorded 12 takeaways to just 1 turnover.
Big to Henry. Here's the rush, and it's intercepted. Vikings, Derrick Henrys. He'll score.
Then came 2 straight losses after their bye week. Offensive coordinator Norv Turner resigned and Pat Shurmur took over. The Peterson injury loomed large, and as a result, Minnesota finished dead last in rushing offense. Late-game losses ultimately doomed the team. Vikings fans wish they could have one of any of these back.
Stafford back to pass on third down. Passes left, caught Golden Tate at the 15. Spins away to the 10. Dives to the end zone. And the Detroit Lions have won the game. Here it is, 4th down.
Rente did not see it. He said, no, it was to the shoulder pad.
The Vikings fell apart in the final 11 games, plummeting to 8-8 and out of the postseason. Unlike the 1982 strike, NFL teams only missed 1 week in '87 thanks to replacement players.
Replacement team program here. You really need one today.
San Diego, one of 3 teams to win all 3 strike games. The replacements helped the Chargers to a 4-1 record, and the regular starters extended that to 8-1. But this team was due for some losses after escaping with 7 one-score wins.
Goes on a throw, flushed out of the pocket, throws, intercepted! Picked off by Vince Glenn at the 50, down to the 45, still got a peek to the 40, 35, cuts inside to the 30, down to the 25-yard line! This will be a 34-yard attempt, it is on the way, the kick is up, the kick is good, San Diego wins on the Vince Abbott overtime field goal! Here's the give, Dickerson trying to come up the right side, gets to the 5, fumbles the ball down to the goal line, San Diego's got it! Dickerson off the up at the goal line!
This is a team that was getting lucky in some of the most unusual circumstances in NFL history.
The Chargers dropped the last 6 games of the year by nearly 17 points per contest. San Diego committed an unfathomable 23 turnovers in that stretch.
If your scab team goes 3-0, the least the veterans can do is pick up where they left off. Maybe you should have looked at Vance on the side, let the replacement guys come back and finish the season.
This turmoil arguably sent Dan Fouts and Kellen Winslow into retirement.
Run out of the break. I'm running out the break. Tippy towing like a.
In 2018, Cam Newton missed the season's final 2 games. Maybe that was helpful, considering Newton contributed to a -7 turnover differential in the Panthers' final 8 contests.
This pass is picked off. It's the second interception for the Tampa Bay Bucks today. From the 44-yard line of Tampa Bay. Picked off for the 3rd time.
That late game pick sealed Carolina's 4th consecutive loss after a 6-2 start to the season, but that didn't just happen once. Newton arguably cost Carolina another game in Week 14.
It's intercepted, and the Browns in control.
2 more unfortunate finishes helped push the Panthers out of the playoff picture.
2-point conversion attempt to Carolina. Newton looking, launching time. He throws incomplete.
That was a bad throw by Cam Newton.
Kick is on the way. It's got potential. And it is no good. Pushed it to the right.
Ouch. For the win. The kick is up. The kick is through. The Seahawks win in Carolina.
But the defense contributed to the collapse too, allowing over 160 rushing yards per game in the last 4 contests. Carolina lost 7 of their final.
Use kayak to convey hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. No machine is better than me.
Kayak. Search one and done.
8 and went 2-4 in division games. Jumping out to an 8-3 record, Brett Favre and the Jets demolished the eventual NFC champs and the 10-0 Titans.
You're a Jet fan, or 8-3, you're pumped off.
This team looked Super Bowl ready. They were clearly the class of the AFC.
After the economy collapsed in 2008, one of New York's football teams had to follow suit. New York lost 4 of their last 5 and missed the playoffs. The cause looked to the run defense. In their last 5 games, the Jets allowed 132 rushing yards per contest, up from 78 the first 11 matchups. They lost 3 of their final 5 games to teams that finished below 500. New York took a dive offensively, too. The scoring went down from 29 to 16 points per game.
What a disaster. Here's year number 1, where Tom Brady's out of the picture. Brady's down, and he's in pain. It's opened up now for the Jets.
Favre had one of his classic gunslinging seasons, 22 TD passes and a league-high 22 interceptions.
Brett Favre, being the gamer that he is, tried to play through injury, and he just wasn't physically capable.
A 7-4 start to the '98 campaign had Pittsburgh fans ready for another trip to the playoffs, but the last 5 weeks of the season were an unmitigated disaster for Bill Cowher's squad, and it was all set off by a coin flip.
Heads is the call. He said heads. Tails.
I believe he said tails. He did.
Jerome Bettis said tails. The Lions win it. They took the kickoff off of a coin toss that they did not win.
What followed was an abysmal stretch for their offense, where the Steelers failed to score 10 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Cordell Stewart took a giant step back, tossing 11 touchdowns to 18 interceptions, and Pittsburgh finished 28th in scoring offense that season.
Stewart lost the football. Sam Shade has it. Streaking down the sideline. Shade will go in for the touchdown. Pittsburgh fighting for their playoff line. Thompson airing it out down the sideline. Cincinnati's got it.
The 7-9 campaign would trigger a 3-year playoff drought for Cowher Steelers. Fast forward 20 years to Mike Tomlin's 2018 Pittsburgh squad. This team was the opposite of '98, thriving on the offensive end, specifically through the air. Big Ben won the passing title, throwing for over 5,100 yards, but the real story here was the holdout of star runner Le'Veon Bell.
The former Steeler back, now ineligible to play for the remainder of 2018.
The Steelers' rushing attack struggled mightily, compiling the second fewest yards in the league. Despite Bell's absence, Pittsburgh started 7-2-1, but then suffered several narrow defeats.
Over the top, intercepted! And he does it. It is a touchdown! Good snap, good hold. And the catch is blocked! And the Raiders have beaten the Steelers! Smith-Schuster crossed it up.
Goes into the books the wrong way.
Steelers dropped 4 of their last 6 games by a combined 16 points, falling short of the playoffs. As prolific as Roethlisberger was, he also paced the NFL in interceptions. Pittsburgh turned it over 11 times in the final 6 games.
Roethlisberger throws over the middle, intercepted by Sean Williams. Middle of the field, all kinds of room. Ball comes out of his hands.
Here it is, 2nd and 10. Over the top, and it's picked off. Throws a little pop pass. Intercepted. It's intercepted.
Even though they beat the eventual Super Bowl champs in Week 15, 7 of their 9 wins in 2018 came against teams with a losing record. In 2000, future Hall of Famers Deion Sanders, Bruce Smith, and Andre Reed joined Champ Bailey, LeVar Arrington, and Darrell Green in Washington. This dream team started hot at 6-2, beating both Super Bowl participants that year.
Collins down the middle, knocked away and picked off by Sanders.
Goes to 2nd and 7. The big hole for Davis. One man to beat. Ryan Wilson. He can't get him. Touchdown, Davis.
But after falling to 7-6, second-year owner Dan Snyder fired head coach Norv Turner. Harry Robisky took over, finished the year at 8-8. But how did this all happen? Well, they just couldn't put up points. Their 24th ranked scoring offense was led by Brad Johnson and Jeff George, who combined for 18 touchdowns against 21 interceptions.
Lines up to the left. Jeff George going underneath. It's touched and intercepted. They've got to put points on.
Johnson under pressure, gets the pass away, it's deflected, and picked off.
They need a touchdown. Johnson to the near side. Urban flyer out. Lost it. It's intercepted. Johnson over the top. Another interception.
The trenches fell apart late too. Washington averaged just 71 rushing yards per game in their final 5. Defensively, they allowed 172 yards per game on the ground in that same span. Not a recipe for success. How could a team collapse with a coaching staff featuring Dan Quinn, Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, and Raheem Morris? Well, the 2015 Falcons did just that. Atlanta jumped out to a 6-1 start, then lost 7 of its last 9. The collapse in Quinn's first season foreshadowed another one a year later.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
The Falcons
Falcons just sit there in disbelief.
Like Super Bowl 51, the 2015 campaign was a story of late game losses.
Snap spot. Kick is away. And he made it. Here's Ryan to his left. Now back to his right. Trying to buy himself some time. He'll set. Put a lot of air under it. Let's see, can they tip it? No. Instead, Cleaner will intercept it. At the horn, the ball game's over. Intercepted Levante David, trying to go to Julio Jones. Saints win it.
The defense started strong in 2015, allowing under 79 rushing yards per game through week 7, but that number skyrocketed to over 125 their last 9 matchups. Atlanta ranked dead last in sacks with 19, and Matt Ryan threw 10 picks in his last 9 games.
The action, Matt. Intercepted and a touchdown for DeQuell Jackson.
Second and 3. Ryan it's intercepted.
Ryan with time, and it's intercepted.
The Falcons' offense fell off a cliff late as well, 27.6 points per game the first 7, followed by 16.2 over their last 9. After a Super Bowl in 2007 and a 12-win season in 2008, expectations were sky high for the G-Men in 2009. Tom Coughlin's squad was undefeated through 5 games, averaging over 30 points per game. They were firing on all cylinders.
Manningham on the outside makes a move down the sideline, still going with blockers for the touchdown.
Time wide open is Smith, and he will dive into the end zone.
A little screen and Dean Nix does not get a block, but shakes out the tackle. There goes Nix down the left sideline. 25, 20, 10. Cuts back at the 5 and walks into the end zone for a touchdown.
The defense, though, was another story. Yes, they allowed under 15 points per game through that 5-win start, but by season's end, they were the 30th ranked scoring defense in the NFL.
28 seconds. Rivers heaves it to the end zone. Open Jackson! Touchdown, San Diego!
The floodgates were starting to open, but at 8-6, the Giants still had a playoff shot. Hosting Carolina in Week 16, the final game at Giants Stadium, New York was absolutely dominated.
And off to Stewart, room to run. A lot of room to run. Gets a block from Steve Smith for the touchdown. 3rd down and 7. Moore floats it for Muhammad. Touchdown, Carolina. Last Sunday night, here's Smith. Survives the hit and has a touchdown.
Coughlin's team won just 3 of their last 11 games to finish 8-8 out of the playoffs. They gave up over 32 points per game in that stretch.
Go get him now. Let's go get him. Let's go get him.
Journeyman head coach Mike White and the 95 Raiders had high hopes after an 8-2 start. The AFC's 1 seed was a serious possibility in their first year back in Oakland.
Hobbs in the open field. Hobbs with 1 man to beat. And Hobbs will get in for the score.
Hobbs got the right side, Tim Brown. There goes Tim Brown. 1 man to beat. Can't beat him. Touchdown.
Back in the Dolphins seem to be slumping badly. They were beaten again. Look at this long ball to the end zone. To the Rockets.
To the left is Rocket. Here goes. And for the Rocket, he gets it again. The Rocket has the ball.
They averaged over 25 points per game through their first 10, and then it all went downhill. 6 straight losses to end the year, including 4 divisional games.
Evans has it picked up. Evans throws intercepted. This could go for a touchdown, Brian Washington.
Despite the slump, Oakland still had a win and in opportunity against the Broncos in Week 17.
36 yards. It is good. 1 desperation attempt. Evans got the arm, and it's Tim Brown going deep along with Ismael. And down it goes, and with it, the hopes of the Oakland Raiders.
How could this happen? Ball security was a huge factor. The Raiders' turnover margin flipped from a +10 through their first 10 games to a -11 in their last 6. All 8 of their losses were to teams who finished 500 or better. A sad ending for the silver and black. A year after making the Super Bowl, Dick Vermeil's Philadelphia Eagles were ready to take the next step.
we're no longer, you know, the free agents and the 7th-round draft choices and the nobodies that they've been trying to call us for the last few years. We're not that anymore. We're a veteran team. We're an experienced team.
We prepare to win. We expect to win.
In 1981, Philly picked up right where they left off, winning 9 of their first 11 games.
Ian Lowe going deep down the far side, and the ball is caught. Touchdown, Charlie Smith.
Back to throw is Manny. He's looking. He's swung down. The football comes loose. It's picked up by LeMaster. 35-30, 25-20, 15-10, 5. Touchdown, Frank LeMaster.
With the number 1 defense in the league, the Eagles cruised to a +8 turnover differential and were 3-1 against divisional opponents until Week 12's mishap.
Jaworski from the 5 is looking for him. He's throwing outside. Intercepted. Johnson the ball. Down to the 20. Down to the 15. 10. Touchdown. Jackson.
The Eagles would go on to drop 4 straight and finish the year at 10-6.
Julio Harris. He's right down for the touchdown.
Their division lead evaporated, dropping down to a wild card spot in the NFC. Philly got outclassed by the Giants again, falling behind 20-0 early despite a late game comeback attempt. It was one and done for the Birds, a tough pill to swallow after a 9-2 start. The Chargers hired the well-respected Marty Schottenheimer in 2002 to transform their new-look team.
Expect to win. Every time you walk out that door to play the game, doesn't matter the arena, you expect to win.
With 2 young stars in quarterback Drew Brees and running back LaDainian Tomlinson, all this team needed was better guidance for it to grow. A little Marty ball looked to be the cure. After a 5-11 record the year prior, San Diego started 6-1 in 2002. Some late game magic propelled the Bolts to an 8-4 mark by week 13.
Give to LT. Big hole left side. He's gone. He's gone. Touchdown, LaDainian Tomlinson. And the ball game is over.
Chargers win.
This is going to be a 27-yarder. Snap down. Kick is up. It's over. It's over. The San Diego Chargers win the game.
But this inexperienced San Diego team failed to close, leading to an 8-8 finish.
Bolton throwing on the right. Breeze pumping, looks backside. Intercepted. And that's it.
Cuts it to the outside. Travis Henry down the sideline.
Get it down inside. Breeze pumps underneath. It's caught. Caldwell loses it. The Chiefs have it. And that should do it. It's up. It's good.
It's deer season.
Already? Nice knowing you. We got a high.
No, not that deer season. Deer season. It's that time of year when you can get $3,000 off at an authorized John Deere dealer.
A deer season that saves bucks?
That's right. And it's going on now through June 2nd.
How do you know so much about this?
You see the guy in the logo? Yeah, he's an old friend of mine.
Really? It's deer season, now through June 2nd.
The Seattle Seahawks have beaten the San Diego Chargers in overtime.
After their 6-1 start, the Chargers surrendered nearly 430 yards per game and over 27 points. We discussed Norv Turner's 2000 Redskins earlier, but his first collapse in Washington came in 1996. They began the year 7-1, running the ball at an extremely high level.
Inside the 20, and he's going to score.
Kerry Allen scored 13 touchdowns and averaged over 100 rushing yards in their first 8 games. But the ground game started to regress, and Washington went 2-6 in their final 8 games, losing a few in a heartbreaking fashion.
Snap down, and this one is good. And Arizona has won the game. 28-yard kick officially. The hold is good. The kick is up. It's long enough. It's good. So the 49ers win in overtime. Good snap. Good hold. Good kick. The Redskins season is over.
It didn't help that Gus Frerotte only threw 12 touchdowns on the year, tied for the lowest among full-time starters that season.
Good protection for Barat, and the pass is intercepted. Barat, the ball batted down, recovered momentarily by the Redskins. Barat back to throw, it blitzes on Barat, chased again, Tolbert takes it down.
worst in the NFL, and overall, Washington allowed over 10 more points per game after the halfway point. The 2022 Jets draft class was among the best we've ever seen.
I want to thank the Jets organization for taking a chance on me, allowing me to be a part of the defense.
It's an honor to be here with y'all and to go home with an award. This is a blessing, and I'm so thankful.
Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner both won Rookie of the Year, and running back Breece Hall looked like a stud through 7 weeks before tearing his ACL. And that's when things started to fall apart for the once 7-4 Jets. After a monster win against the vaunted Bills in Week 9, this happened.
Here he goes! He's gonna try to beat the putter! He does! He's gone! And there's a touchdown!
The way this game is going, and that's how this thing's gonna finish.
The offense struggled mightily, with 3 different quarterbacks combining to throw for just 14 touchdowns. From weeks 4 to 7, New York recorded only 2 passing touchdowns, with 1 thrown by a wide receiver. The defense was outstanding all year, 4th best in the NFL, but even they couldn't overcome the tidal wave that was the final 7 weeks of that season.
From 58 yards away, Zerwan's kick. No good! The Lions hold on!
From 50 yards out of the hole of Morstead. On the way, down the middle, with distance. The drought is over.
6 straight losses to close out the season. The offense scored a combined 15 points over their final 3 games, missing out on a playoff spot after a Week 17 loss to Seattle. Don Shula, the winningest coach in NFL history, but he also owns an improbable in-season collapse. To be fair, he didn't have Dan Marino for their final 11 games due to an Achilles injury.
There could be something critically wrong with Dan Marino.
He is in pain.
Now the backup has to step up. Scott Mitchell.
Snap to Mitchell, steps up, throws deep over the middle. He's got Kirby.
Nevertheless, this team reached unprecedented heights.
This is the only team that has ever started 9-2 and did not reach the playoffs.
Coach Shula being mobbed as he becomes the all-time winningest coach in the history of the National Football League, breaking the record of the immortal George Halas.
At the end of the year, I want this record to be in a year that the team won the Super Bowl.
Before Miami lost the final 5 games and missed the playoffs, the football gods granted them one more gift.
Peterson to hole. Blocked. The Cowboys will win.
Wait a minute.
Well, it's in the end zone. No one covered it. Miami did.
It's Leon left. There it is. Sets it down. Kick is up. It's gone. And the Dolphins win the ball game.
After that lucky win, the defense went from allowing under 17 points a game to 33. Miami also surrendered an unbelievable 14 turnovers in the final 5 games.
Throwing again to the sideline, and it's picked off over there by Woodson. Woodson running down the field.
A once promising campaign was doomed by a fitting season finale.
A Miami win or a Dolphin tie today gets Miami into the playoffs. Mitchell looks. That's the run. He throws it. It's caught. They rule is out of bounds.
If they had instant replay, we'd have won the game because we caught the ball in the end zone. Mark Ingram caught it. He was in. It was a touchdown.
Bledsoe, long ball, and is open. Tips in. Touchdown. It's over.
My guess is he'll remember it as the year that they collapsed. He's not going to remember it as the year he set the record.
The Infiniti QX60. Comfort redefined, luxury rediscovered. Sit back and immerse yourself in the Infiniti QX60. Discover true luxury at InfinityUSA.com.
Maison Carrier. Grand bubbles for an uplifting taste.
Ever wonder who belongs on your team's Mount Rushmore? From record breakers to dynasty makers, sit back and enjoy as we take a deep dive into the 4 most important players of every NFL franchise. The San Francisco 49ers, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young, and Ronnie Lott.
Looking, throwing in the end zone. Right front. It's a madhouse at Candlestick.
Joe Montana's game winner in the 1981 NFC Championship game set the stage for an 80s dynasty. He would go on to become the first player ever to win 3 Super Bowl MVPs. Montana perfected Bill Walsh's West Coast offense, winning the most games of any QB in team history. Until Tom Brady came around, Montana was the standard of excellence at football's most important position.
He's done it! Jerry Rice, in the 75-year history of the National Football League, is the touchdown scorer of the century.
This franchise landed the greatest receiver of all time in the 1985 draft. San Francisco traded up for Jerry Rice, and the rest is history. By year 2, he was the top receiver in the league. He scored 23 touchdowns in 12 games in year 3, and it all came together in his 4th season when he won Super Bowl MVP. Rice went on to capture 3 Lombardis in San Francisco, setting the all-time record for touchdowns along the way.
Now they do. They got a linebacker on it. Young comes out of there. Still on his feet is Steve Young. And Steve Young still going. Young cuts back. Young touchdown. Touchdown.
With plays like that, it must have been painful for the 49ers coaches to leave Steve Young on the sideline for 4 seasons. When Young finally did get on the field, he won MVP in 1992 and again in 1994, leading San Fran to his 5th Super Bowl win in team history. Young was truly a gifted thrower, pacing the NFL in passer rating 6 different times. He also left the game with the most rushing touchdowns of any quarterback in NFL history.
White, who is 8 for 10 today. Picked off by Ronnie Lott. Took it away from Drew Pearson.
Ronnie Lott's impact was felt from the very beginning. The rookie made first-team All-Pro in 1981, helping reshape San Francisco into Super Bowl champs. The 49ers finished with a top 5 scoring defense in 8 of Lott's 10 seasons with the team. He picked off 51 passes in San Francisco and was named All-Pro in 6 different years. They don't win 4 Super Bowls in the 80s without him. There's a deep pool of legends who have suited up for this franchise, so let's show some love to a few who missed the cut. Lineman Leo Nomolini was a first-ballot Hall of Famer and one of the best players of the 1950s. T.O. is the NFL's 2nd all-time leading receiver.
They caught him!
Joe the Jet Perry finished his career only behind Jim Brown in career rushing yards. His teammate Hugh McElhenney made it to Canton on the first ballot as well. The San Francisco secondary was patrolled by cornerback Jimmy Johnson for 16 seasons. We know you haven't forgotten Patrick Willis, an elite middle linebacker during his time. Y.A. Tittle was the Niners QB for 10 seasons, and his 1957 alley-oop pass to R.C. Owens is considered one of the best plays in team history.
This has got to be the alley-oop. There's no time for anything else. He's going downfield near the goal line. He goes up. He's got it!
And finally, there's the ageless wonder, Frank Gore, the 49ers' all-time leading rusher. The Indianapolis Colts, Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning, Gino Marchetti, and Marvin Harrison.
Back to throw. Fires long. Into the end zone.
Before they were in Indy, Johnny U was the king of Baltimore. Unitas made the horseshoe famous across the country when millions watched him lead the Colts to victory in the 1958 NFL Championship game. He won league MVP 3 times, making the Pro Bowl in every season from 1957 to 1967. Unitas retired as the NFL's all-time leader in passing yards, touchdowns, and QB wins.
Snap is to Peyton. Protection stays in. He throws to Stokely. He broke it to Stokely.
Peyton Manning was born to play quarterback, attacking the position like a true field general. The second-generation signal caller lived up to the pressure of being a #1 overall pick. Manning won 4 MVPs with the Colts and led Indy to their 2nd Super Bowl win in 2006, 11 playoff trips, and 13 seasons for one of the most prolific passers of all time.
My vision of Gino is jumping over a fallen body that he just threw, and the quarterback's eyes hit about that big. That's my picture of Gino.
Known as the first elite defensive end in pro football history, Gino Marchetti was much more than a football player. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge at just 17 years old before his NFL days. While on the gridiron, he was named to the Pro Bowl in 11 of his 13 seasons, won 2 NFL titles, and was a 7-time All-Pro. Marchetti found himself on the first ballot of the Hall of Fame, and rightfully so.
Pump fake, and they go long for the first time for Harrison. Oh, my Lord! What a catch! One-handed, tuck it in, and he never used his left hand.
The Colts' all-time leader in catches, receiving yards, and touchdowns, Marvin Harrison, was automatic. The 8-time Pro Bowler shattered a then single-season record with 143 catches in 2002. He helped lead a golden age of Colts football as one half of a dominant receiving duo with Reggie Wayne. Harrison racked up over 1,100 career catches, third most ever by a wideout. Okay, who are the best of the rest? We just mentioned Wayne. He had 8 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Half a century prior to that, though, it was Raymond Berry who led the league in receiving 3 times. His teammate was all-time great tackle Jim Parker, another first-ballot Hall of Famer.
Unitas is back. Unitas throws. Ball goes for a touchdown. A magnificent pass pattern with Gunny Unitas.
Lenny Moore, he could do it all, scoring 113 career touchdowns. Edgerrin James was just as good, leading the NFL in rushing in each of his first 2 seasons. Hall of Fame D lineman Art Donovan played alongside Marchetti, torturing opposing quarterbacks. And Dwight Freeney did a pretty good job of that too, making 7 Pro Bowls with his patented spin move. The Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Tony Gonzalez, Travis Kelce, and Derek Thomas.
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! And Mahomes, he now has 3 Super Bowl wins in a span of 5 years.
Words can't describe what Patrick Mahomes has done for this once-tortured franchise. Since the moment he took the reins as KC starter, the Chiefs have been perennial Super Bowl contenders. Mahomes has started the AFC Championship game in every season since 2018. He's a 2-time NFL MVP, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, and has produced one of the greatest highlight reels anyone has ever seen. What more could you want?
For Gonzalez. NFL history. No tight end in the NFL has ever caught as many touchdown passes as Tony Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez set a new standard for tight end play during his 12-year Chiefs career. He made the Pro Bowl in 10 of those seasons, by the way. Tony G was consistent no matter who KC had at quarterback. He notched 4 1,000-yard seasons, retired with the most receiving yards of any tight end ever. Gonzalez was a first-ballot Hall of Famer and one of the greatest pass catchers in history, regardless of position.
To the end zone for the win! He tried it! Ball game! Chiefs to the championship game!
If Gonzalez set the standard, Travis Kelce has taken it to new heights. He's carved his own path among all-time greats, setting a single-season tight end record for receiving yards in 2020. The 3-time Super Bowl champ had 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons from 2016 to 2022. He's been Mahomes' go-to target in crunch time. No player in NFL history has more playoff catches.
Thomas is putting a clinic. What a game he's had.
7 sacks in 1 game is a great way to get on Mount Rushmore. Derek Thomas was as ferocious as it gets during his 11 years with the Chiefs. Kansas City's all-time sack leader began his career as the 1989 Defensive Rookie of the Year. His 20 sacks in 2 years were tops in the league. He quickly became the AFC's version of Lawrence Taylor. Thomas was a 9-time Pro Bowler and discussed among the NFL's all-time greatest pass rushers. Now it's time to shed some light on the greatest era of Chiefs football before Mahomes came around.
The final artful stroke was a perfectly launched missile to Otis Taylor as Len Dawson destroyed the Steelers 31-14.
Len Dawson led Kansas City to its first ever Super Bowl in 1969. Hall of Fame linebackers Bobby Bell and Willie Lanier spent the 60s and 70s terrorizing opponents. Defensive tackle Buck Buchanan was a crucial part of that defense, too. And while we're at it, Johnny Robinson and Emmett Thomas, who combined for 115 career interceptions in the Chiefs' secondary. And finally, there's Will Shields, one of the best guards in history, 12 Pro Bowls in 14 seasons. The New Orleans Saints, Drew Brees, Ricky Jackson, Cameron Jordan, and Willie Rowe.
Breeze open. Wide open. What a way to do it!
There's only one word that comes to mind. Greatness.
If there's one player who turned this franchise around, it's number 9. Drew Brees came to the Big Easy in 2006 when the city needed a rebirth after Hurricane Katrina. Brees led the charge, eventually taking the Saints all the way to the mountaintop in 2009. He's a 2-time Offensive Player of the Year and has more 5,000-yard passing seasons than any quarterback in history. 12 Pro Bowls and a magnificent 15-year Saints career.
They called him the Dome Patrol.
Well, nobody know better.
Entering the league in the same draft class as Lawrence Taylor, Ronnie Lott, and Howie Long will put you a bit under the radar. Seems like many have forgotten how great Ricky Jackson was. 6 seasons with 11-plus sacks as a member of the famous Dome Patrol defense. Jackson made 6 Pro Bowls and registered the second most sacks in franchise history. He trails only this man in that category.
And shut down by Cameron Jordan, who's had a standout performance, a 4-sack Thanksgiving night that will take New Orleans to the NFC South title.
Cam Jordan has wreaked havoc on quarterbacks since coming into the league in 2011. He's been named to 8 Pro Bowls and trails only Brees in total games played with the Saints. Jordan's been steady throughout his NFL run with more sacks than any player from 2012 to 2023, and that includes guys like J.J. Watt and Von Miller. Hall of Fame tackle Willie Roaf was a monster among men in his 9 seasons with the Saints. He made the Pro Bowl every year from 1994 to 2000 and may have been the best left tackle in the league for a majority of that stretch. Roaf made appearances on both the 90s and 2000s Hall of Fame All-Decade teams. Undersized, but never unquestioned, Sam Mills was a fantastic linebacker on that Dome Patrol unit. Guard Jari Evans was a 4-time first-team All-Pro and started every game through his first 7 seasons. Archie Manning didn't do much winning with the Saints, but he did retire as the team's all-time passing leader thanks to plays like this.
Good protection for Manning. Lets it go. He's got Chandler.
The Buffalo Bills, Bruce Smith, O.J. Simpson, Jim Kelly, and Thurman Thomas.
Ostetler under heat. Sack for the safety. Bruce Smith.
We start off in Buffalo with the NFL's all-time sack leader. Bruce Smith led the way on defense for those great Bills teams of the 90s. He won Defensive Player of the Year twice and notched double-digit sacks in 12 of his 15 seasons in Western New York. Smith was named first-team All-Pro 8 times in a truly legendary career.
And the Juice should break the National Football League rushing record in this next series. Simpson running left. Simpson breaking moves. And there it is. He's all right. All right.
The only player to rush for 2,000 yards in a 14-game season, O.J. Simpson's 1973 campaign is one of the best ever at any position. The former Heisman Trophy winner led the league in rushing 4 times between 1972 and 1976. He retired second only to Jim Brown in career rushing yards.
106 yards. Kelly goes deep. A flag is down. Has a receiver behind the secondary.
To come that close to 4 Super Bowls and get back up so many times has ultimately defined Jim Kelly's legacy. Sure, those Buffalo teams fell short, but they never went away. The class of the AFC for so many years, thanks to Kelly and the K-Gun offense, he won 101 games from 1986 to 1996, most by any NFL quarterback. He's the Bills' all-time leader in passing yards and touchdowns.
There's Kelly shotgunning, a running play. Thurman Thomas breaks it at the 25, still on his feet at the 20, gets down to the 15, the 10, the 5, and scores! Thurman Thomas!
One of only 2 Bills players in history to win NFL MVP, Thurman Thomas led the league in scrimmage yards every season from 1989 to 1992. The 4-time AFC champ was dynamic both running and catching the ball, scoring 80 touchdowns from 1989 to 1996, 4th most in the NFL. Thomas is Buffalo's all-time leader in scrimmage yards. Behind him sits Hall of Famer Andre Reed, who's also tied for the most touchdowns in team history.
Good flicker talents. It's there. Andre Reed. Got it. Dale Carter. Reed and Carter going at it. And Reed gets away from him. Touchdown, Bills.
Reed was a 7-time Pro Bowler and the team's all-time leading receiver. Josh Allen could jump up this list based on how his career is going. 220 total touchdowns from 2018 to 2023. Guard Joe DeLamalore paved the way for OJ on that electric company O-line. QB Jack Kemp won 2 AFL titles, still the only championships in team history. And we gotta mention Steve Tasker, widely regarded as the greatest special teamer of all time. The Minnesota Vikings, Fran Tarkenton, Adrian Peterson, Alan Page, and Chris Carter.
The coaches prefer that Tarkenton play it safe rather than risk injuries, but sometimes Clark just can't resist the thrill of scooting past the big 250-pounder.
The scrambler of all scramblers, Fran Tarkenton made a name for himself with an uncanny knack for extending the play, and it worked wonders. He finished his career as the NFL's all-time leader in passing yards and touchdowns. Tarkenton won MVP in 1975 and had 2 separate awesome stretches in Minnesota. There's no way the Vikings get to 3 Super Bowls in the 70s without Tarkenton leading the way.
And this is Peterson. Peterson into the open. Midfield. 45, and there he goes. To the 10. Touchdown.
It didn't take long for Adrian Peterson to establish himself as one of the league's greatest runners. In only his 8th appearance, Peterson set a single-game rushing record with 296 yards. He went on to win Offensive Rookie of the Year and later 3 NFL rushing titles. No season better than 2012 when Peterson rushed for well over 2,000 yards in an MVP campaign.
Alan Page going over the field up.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, man. Oh.
Safe Flight replace. But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to safelight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Woo.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide, planning for her next trip. With experiences like hot air balloon rides and ATV adventures, start planning with Get Your Guide and look forward to it.
All afternoon. It was Alan Page who really did it. Double H. Page number 88, in my opinion, is one of the finest defensive tackles in football.
The only defensive lineman to win NFL MVP, Alan Page showed his sheer dominance throughout an epic 12-year career in Minnesota. He played in 4 Super Bowls, leading the great Purple People Leaders defense. Page was named in 9 Pro Bowls, 5 All-Pro teams, and took home 1971 MVP. One of the best D linemen to do it ever.
Wade Wilson sprints back to throw. And he's going to throw a long bomb and a one-handed grab.
Touchdown. The Vikings score.
Elite route running, incredible ball skills, and a pair of the most reliable hands in NFL history, Chris Carter racked up 8 straight 1,000-yard seasons with Minnesota from 1993 to 2000. He's the team's all-time leader in catches, yards, and touchdowns, and if it wasn't for Jerry Rice, we'd be talking about Carter as the best wideout of the 90s. So many greats who donned the purple jerseys. Let's quickly rattle off some honorable mentions. Hall of Fame trash talker John Randall has the most sacks of any D tackle in history.
You can't help me, boy.
Guard Randall McDaniel was a 7-time All-Pro in 12 seasons with the Vikes. The freakishly gifted Randy Moss sits only behind Carter in most team receiving stats.
The catch from Moss. The flag is down, but he held on one-handed.
Center Mick Tingelhoff started every game in 17 seasons. Carl Eller lined up next to Page on that awesome D-line of the 60s and 70s. Hall of Fame tackle Ron Yeri played 14 seasons in Minnesota. Paul Krause is the NFL's all-time interceptions leader. Then you have all-pros like Kevin Williams, Chris Dolman, and Steve Hutchinson, who were all major contributors to the franchise. The Pittsburgh Steelers, Mean Joe Green, Ben Roethlisberger, Terry Bradshaw, and Jack Lambert.
Just remember Joe as been a good football player, and not really mean.
An imposing sight for anyone who came near. 10-time Pro Bowler Mean Joe Green lived up to the nickname. He powered Pittsburgh's Steel Curtain, an elite unit for 13 seasons. The Steelers boasted a top 10 total defense 9 times from 1969 to 1979. Green won 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards and 4 Super Bowls. Talk about decorated.
Outside left. Roethlisberger. Pass time. Throws to the back of the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by Holmes.
We've celebrated the catch, but that ball was on the money when it mattered most in Super Bowl 43. Big Ben Roethlisberger came through in big-time moments, winning 2 titles in his first 5 seasons. He's the team's all-time leader in every major passing stat. He played in 23 playoff games and has more career wins than any player in team history.
Here's Bradshaw. Bothered from behind. Lynn Swan is open. Got it. Steeler touchdown.
For Ben, there was Bradshaw. With a cannon for an arm, this gunslinger went on to guide Pittsburgh to the greatest stretch in team history. Terry Bradshaw's Super Bowl throws are stuff of legend, but did you know he also won NFL MVP in 1978? He led the league in passing touchdowns twice, too. But we'll always remember his dimes on the game's biggest stage. Lambert or Ham? It's like splitting hairs between these 2 Hall of Fame jacks.
I'm the quarterback right now. Down the middle, it's going to be picked off by the Steelers. Jack Lambert looking for somebody to lateral to, keeps it himself, stays on his feet.
We gave the slight edge to Lambert, who won Defensive Player of the Year in 1976. If Green led the defensive line, it was Lambert who led this stellar linebacking unit. Playing in the middle, he was named first-team All-Pro 6 times. Pittsburgh had a top 5 scoring defense in 7 seasons from 1974 to 1984, thanks in big part to 58. It was nearly impossible to pick just 4 players from this storied franchise, perhaps the toughest omission being Troy Polamalu. Nobody did it quite like Troy. He helped bring 2 titles to the Steel City. We mentioned Jack Ham earlier, a vital member of that dominant 70s defense, as was cornerback Mel Blount, the 1975 Defensive Player of the Year. Franco Harris gave us arguably the greatest play in NFL history.
That's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
Let's go all the way back to defensive tackle Ernie Stotner, who made 9 Pro Bowls in 14 seasons with the Steelers in the 50s and 60s. 5-time All-Pro Rod Woodson was a first-ballot Hall of Famer. The duo of John Stallworth and Lynn Swan made play after play in the biggest moments. Offensive linemen solidified the Steelers' trenches in 3 separate eras. And speaking of strength, don't forget the bust of Jerome Bettis, one of the league's greatest power backs. The Seattle Seahawks, Steve Largent, Russell Wilson, Walter Jones, and Bobby Wagner. He walked away from the game as the NFL's all-time leader in touchdown catches, 1
stepped onto the scene in 1978 and was instantly in the conversation among the greatest running backs in the league. Campbell led the NFL in rushing in each of his first 3 seasons, winning MVP in 1979. His relentless power at the position made him nearly impossible to bring down. Campbell was a 3-time Offensive Player of the Year and a first ballot Hall of Famer. The most productive Receiver Fred Biletnikoff won Super Bowl 11 MVP and made 6 Pro Bowls. A staunch offensive tackle, Art Shell, helped secure 2 championships with the Raiders. Howie Long was relentless, making 8 Pro Bowls in 13 years. Old man Willie Brown was a 4-time All-Pro at corner, and his Super Bowl pick 6 is among the club's most iconic plays. There's the speedy Cliff Branch, a playmaker on all 3 Raiders Super Bowl winning teams.
What's up, chat? I'll be right back. Good morning, guys. Alright, what's up, chat? Dude, we gained quite a bit of subscribers last night. What the hell? Can y'all hear me right now? What's up, KBS? Time to launch Fortnite. I ain't gonna lie, I just woke up, went to the bathroom, then I shut my door. I don't want Benny bugging me right now, KBS. No, thank you. Let's go. The fish are here, yo. Let's go. No, we don't want to equip the Jedi Eevee. Be well equipped though, Captain Phasma. What in the hell? Awesome. It's supposed to be a contrail, but this shit glitching out, bro. Y'all see this shit? Oh, there we go. There's a shit ton of people on zero build. Star Wars watch party. Alright, check the quest, dog. Oh, I can't skip this? Damn it. I guess I can. I already seen this earlier. Hit opponents with thermal imploders. Search chests at the resistance base. Progress your light or dark alignment. Damage opponents with any ranged weapon. Okay. And a rank quest art. There's the back bling. Only 25 of these? Yo. Why does this say 75, dog? I am hoping anybody can use this. I might be wrong about Eevee's skin, okay? Maybe it's good. I wish it was more of a Star Wars skin, okay? These pickaxes actually hit, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, we still should have fucking lightsabers. That is a pickaxe, a fucking... not a pickaxe. What's up, Matty White? No way, this is a fucking glider. I'm just waking up, so, you know, I'm a little behind compared to all y'all that are probably playing the season right now. Little resistance bomber. Can you load, please? That is fucking fire. Now it loads. That's fucking cool as hell. Then we have the Black Leader wrap. Cantina Hangout. And then we have Poe. Model X what? X-Wing? That's crazy, okay. I prefer his other style better. Like this second style of his is like it's meh. You know? The Rebel Wookiee Lander. Okay. Dog, why is that pickaxe so big? What the fuck? Interesting. Okay, V-Bucks, the Wiki Team Leader. Metal Team Miss Sharp. Wiki Fist. V-Bucks. Desert Dust Up. The banner icon. V-Bucks. And Devil Team Leader. Force Lightning. Imperial Shuttle Dive. V-Bucks. Palpatine's Cane. Bro, he looks so wild holding a gun. There's a glider. Okay, and V-Bucks, and then Imperial Palpatine. Hey, over. What are you doing, buddy? What you doing? Okay. Oh, this is... These are his bonus rewards? These are actually pretty cool. This style I definitely fuck with. But he looks so fucking evil looking. And then on the 15th we'll know what the next styles are. General Grievous, May 15th as well. It looks like he has 2 pages. Good to know. Alright. Don't happen on match. Preparing shaders? What the fuck? Why did it take so long for me to actually get a match there? I guess we're going the first order base. Fuck is wrong with my ping right now? I have the most wild fucking setup right now. Oliver, you okay? What's up my ping, dog? Yo, this is a shotgun? What's going on here? Straight up Star Wars weapons, that's crazy. Alright, I'm really having to learn how to hit shots with this sniper rifle, bro. That is an AR. Someone's trying to shoot me. Okay. Bro already has the meta down. I don't. What's up? It's underscore MF Zach. Is it Zach? If you want to play with me, yeah, you just gotta add me. I play with viewers a lot, so I just don't play with people off of stream. Here, Oliver, you want it? That's my gamer tag. You want to add me, so. I don't use miking in game chat. Just heads up, I've had bad experiences with that, so please don't ask me to. And it's not your fault or anything, bro. It's just because people don't know how to control themselves, or they say racist shit on the channel. So, damn, you're at level 6 already. I probably woke up like 45 minutes ago. I passed out. I was waiting so long for an update. Hold on. Anything in the shop? Why would you even buy this? Like, to be honest, bro, why would you skip tiers? Oh, they brought back the OG Luke. Okay. Like, for real. Like, why would you... We'll play a match in a minute. Give me a sec. I'm just curious why you would buy this when this is only for a month and it don't take that long to level up. Alright, nothing new at the moment. So, I'm guessing the Star Wars jam tracks are going to come out tonight like they were talking about. So, by the way, I'm a zero build player, so I do not build. I cannot build for shit. Bro's just here chilling. That's hilarious. I have 6K. It's probably hard to see. Not doing a giveaway right now, but I will probably in a couple of days. I'm planning on doing the battle pass though. I'm not trying to do anything V-Bucks related right now. Probably not for a couple of weeks. Or for a week or two, to be honest. Well, and actually, it won't be V-Bucks giveaway. It'll more be like like in the item shop. I don't do V-Bucks just because some dude scammed a long time ago, right? So I think I ended up sending him like 5,000 V-Bucks, right? And he was like, "Yo, the code didn't work." And no, you're good. I just explained why I don't do it, right? He was in the Philippines, another country. And he's like, "Oh, the code didn't work." I go and check to see if the code worked, right? Well, before I even checked, which isn't my fault, I should have checked, right? You can choose what location you want to go to, by the way. I don't care. This dude used the code and then he used the second code. I go and look, and I go and message him. Oh, it looks like you used the other code. So, easy win? What do you mean easy win? This season? I don't know. This guy's smart. He knows better than to go to the Star Wars locations. Bro, I just realized you can see battling in the distance in the sky. But that's my whole reason I'm not doing V-Buck giveaways anymore. Honestly, it just takes one person to ruin it, and that is it. Alright, I don't need health. I don't need health. I was just trying to do a challenge. Okay, that's why you jumped down. He gonna throw me off? That's fucking lovely. I should have listened. I should have listened. Sorry, dude. Oh, goodness. Alright. Sorry. Sorry, I'm ass. Oh, I thought bro left. I'm like, damn. He thought it was trash. I just seen you were loading, that's why. I was like, what the hell? Where'd he go? He just disappeared. Here? You want to go Seaport? Alright. Let's go to the port. What the fuck? What's over there? Oh, okay. Sorry. No, we'll go here. No, ignore me. Nah, I haven't got any wins yet. I just started the season probably like 45 minutes, at least for me, so 45 minutes ago. Oh, a sniper. Hey bro, is there no health in the game this season? Oh, there is. Oh, they brought back the slap juice, bro. Okay. Pretty much, I'm guessing that's the health, which is kind of like, okay. Oh, it's that. I was like, what is that? What's up, KBS? Oh. What is this, a Dodge? I was trying to look. Sorry, I wrecked your car. What is this? Holy... Oh, these are lightsabers. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I have no idea even what we're doing right now, but it's all good. These guys are still in the game? Feels like we're on a road trip with this car, bro. All this for 5 health. Okay, now we have to go back the other way. This actually looks wild because I look like a bad guy. He looks like a good guy. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, bro got 2 kills, but 8 dubs. Somebody has one of the Star Wars medallions already, I see. That is true. Damn. GG's. Yeah. I got fucked up, man. I should have like waited a distance. Wait, hold on. Alright. Anyone else want to play with us before I ready up for another game? I'll give it like 3 minutes. Wait, did you choose Havoc Hotel 3? What is this? I mean, I don't care. You want to play that? I'll probably get wrecked, but sure. Who's this guy? Alright, sure, they can stay for now. Why are we on Lego though? By the way, I just want to mention something, man. I do not play with people off of stream, so do not go and invite me off of stream. It's nothing personal. I tell everybody that, so. Wait a minute. Yeah, what the hell? I don't know if this is a glitch or not, but if you have the crew, you get 21 out of 30 of the items.
I'm going to kill dude if he keeps peeing on my.
I left. Why you add me and then leave though? kind of want to go. Alright. Alright, we go there. You're so against the name locations, okay. It says collect weapons. Why was this triggering earlier then? I don't even know how to get down there, bro. Oh, never mind. What's up, Who Asked? How you doing, man? What the? What are you telling me to... I have no idea what you're telling me. I am level 2, about to be level 3. I like barely just started playing, so... It looks like if you own the crew membership, by the way, it triggers a thing in the Fortnite Lego Battle Pass where you get 21 out of 30 of the rewards. So, it's kind of interesting, but whatever. Wait, what the? What are these?
Get your ass down, Adrena! Put your fucking cat in the kennel! You're behind your ass fucking TV!
Oh, what the fuck? Bro's just chilling here. I can't drive this shit. Bro's a way better driver than I am. Oh shit. Oh, I was like, how'd you get out, not me? Alright. I thought you were trying to play with me. I don't know, I just destroy these for XP, so. Let's go grab the car. Oh shit. I don't know, sir. One left. That was sick. I know, I kind of just fucking drifted out of there. Alright, I'll catch you later, who asked? You go find a gas station. Hopefully we can make it that far. Yo, there's another one? Sweet. This car kind of weak right now too, because they shot it up. Oh, here we go. Go this way. Bro, is like an invisible car over here right now? Just like smoking. Oh, hell nah. I just wrecked the shit. We should be able to have enough gas to get there. You want this or the turtle van? Oh, he gonna drive the van, all right. Well, I fucking beamed him. This shit's sick. All these fucking weapons are so cool. My question is, the island still the same? Yeah, it is. It's like boring as fuck. They need to do something with the island, bro, or just get rid of it, because that shit's like hella, in my opinion, just like so boring. Bro, this is crazy. If we make it across the water with the fucking turtle van, bro, it's like a boat. It's like a boat. That's crazy. I'm hella weak. I'm fucking with this season, hell yeah. Every single weapons of Star Wars. Oh my goodness, sorry, bro. I don't even have 500 gold yet to save your ass. I'm about to try to get the reboot card. And gold is very hard to come by this season. I did not mean to ditch you like that. I was hella weak. Just want to carry one. Alright, we're out of here. Grab the turtle van, bro, and Cowabunga dudes. Hold on, there's one outside the city over here. Oh my goodness, I'm running for my life. They're fucking everywhere, but okay. Hey, who else want to play, bro? We got room, bro. You all good, bro. Yeah, you're cooked. See you around, bro. It says the 49ers rejected a second round pick for Kittle and paid him instead big 49ers dub. Who the fuck tried to trade Kittle for a second round? I'm gonna tell you right now. I know I might sound biased, but George Kittle is worth the first round pick, bro. Still in this league. Kind of want to go over there. We have to find out if we die right away. I don't know how to drive this shit, holy. I put it down. Oh, R1's the land? What's up, Miss Kenzie? Oh, we you don't even know how to drive this shit. Oh, we cooked, bro. We cooked, chat. Oh, fuck. I'm getting shot. I got no gun. Remind me not to do that again. How close is the Death Star? I don't know. You know what's funny? You could tell these dudes don't know how to play with the Star Wars weapons because they're hiding. Well, at least I know the Star Wars vehicles that fly aren't that strong. So, yeah. It says these are locked right now? Oh, Clone Trooper's gonna be on this side of the map. Okay. What are you talking about? You're gonna miss my streams? Yeah.
I got a phone call from the insurance company.
with X-Wing weapons. Thought I was weak, huh? I was able to pull off a heal. There you go, this one. That's why he was beaming us. Ow. Come on, bruh. The hell'd you just do? Whatever you did, do not do that again. Or did you do something, or did I? I don't think I did anything though. Why'd she just get all like? Why'd she get all mad? I'm confused. He sells the thermal imploders? Okay. Yo, we gotta go. Hold on. It doesn't need to destroy objectives. How do we... Oh, I'm trying to figure this thing out. Bro, what the... Okay, well that's good to know. No, Luke, you're going to the dark side. We just got... How the fuck you find another one of those? Nice. I'm very, confused. Sure, we can 1v1 there again. I can't build or shoot or build, so I'll probably get wrecked, but okay. Oh shit. Alright. So I might have a replacement, maybe. We'll see if my buddy wants to play with us. Or play with me. I actually very much miss this gun. Where that helicopter at? I want to see if you can pull me. Oh shit. Bro struggling to fly though. Bro boosted. Mayday, we going down. Oh. I got eliminated for that bullshit? What the fuck? Damn, you got another tornado at your house, KBS? I got another one. Let's try the airplanes. Oh, you want? Okay, I hear I'll fly one. You want to fly it? I thought he was connected. Oh, it doesn't let you connect to it. Oh, what? I thought you was connected. Are you just letting go? Because I'm holding it the whole time. Oh shit. Uh-oh. This Jedi decided to join us too. We're literally getting your friend, and I got another subscriber that joined. All right, let's see if I like this season. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I am, but I'm gonna be getting off stream here in a little while. I'm at like 11 hours on the stream. Let's see, what are we at right now, actually? Come back live later, play the cup. I got about 30 minutes, so. Damn, I'm getting teamed on, bruh. I kill myself. Crazy. Hang on, bro. Wait a minute. Where's it at? Was this other stuff on the other side? Oh, there it is. A better idea. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck is this guy wearing? Alright, I'm gonna get off here stream. I will be back on in a couple hours. So, yeah. I do appreciate y'all coming through the stream, bro. All y'all that came through. I will be back on in a couple hours or later. If you are new, be sure to drop a like on the stream. Subscribe as well. Anyways, until next time, it's been your one, young boy, Delight Gamer, and I'm out. Peace, guys. Later.
Taught me how to play spin the bottle. This is a great day.
Oh my gosh.
Right? I haven't been this excited since my aunt taught me how to play spin the bottle. This is a great day.
Oh my gosh.
I am not sexually attracted.
Enlarges the heart just tiny little.
She often spoke of returning here. I will always love you.
Wake up. Wait! Stop! He cannot hear you. Mother tells it. How can this be? You are dead. But this need not be so. The Jedi's words are a gift to you. Do you love him? Then there are two paths before you. You may join me and your sisters in this realm, or you may return to the land of the living. At what cost? Your heart's desire.
No ticket, no ride.
I don't have any money.
No money, no ticket.